Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Throw until you're out of sight and you're out of my mind. Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Floating as the river flows, easy as it goes to the ocean. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never tried. Secrets in your eyes. You go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart, heart. Breaks my heart, 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 heart. Breaks my heart, 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 heart. Breaks my heart, heart, heart. Breaks my heart. Lost in the midnight blue shadows of the moon. Here with open arms for you, feeling something so new. Said with me you'd reach the sun. Oh, but we were so young. Love me till the summer's done, but keep me in your heart. So I hold on. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never tried. Secrets in your eyes. You go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart. Colors of the sky, breaks my heart. All I see is colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. But all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. 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 All I see is to the ground now, and somehow I feel like you don't know me. Shook me to the ground now, I don't even know how. Brought me to a life that you never showed me. Coming from a locked up ghost of yourself, but you're coming from the light. There's more to you than you ever thought there was. Yeah, you're coming from the light.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome. My name is Resorty, and to you, one and all, I say, hello, friends. How's it going? Welcome in. Happy Friday here. It's a Friday here in Japan land. Happy Thursday to you, wherever you are in the whole wide world. Hope things are going very, very well for you, and thanks for being here. Right as we get started, as you'll be aware, as you'll notice, I'm not yet fully ready for stream. It's a busy morning of getting stuff done, but we can get dressed when we talk, that's fine too. Thank you much indeed, Silent Sin, for the resubscription. Thank you for continuing that subscription over many, many years. I appreciate it a bunch. Hope life is going well for you indeed. AVD Prayer, it's a good thing you, it's good to see you today. It's a good thing you pushed the follow button. I appreciate that a whole bunch indeed. And, yeah, I should hope it's the case that you enjoy your time here. I promise we'll get to gaming very, very soon. Between now and then, I just need to get ready and talk a little bit. Bad Beat Bill, thank you also indeed for the generous resubscription. Almost 2 whole years. Wowie wee wow, I think is the phrase for that one. And I hope you're having a good one on this lovely, lovely day. I think you're in Europe, so hopefully your evening is winding down well. Hopefully it's the case that you're feeling relaxed by tonight's stream. Feeling a little bit better. Many of you noticed that I managed to fix the timer. I'll bring it back up real quick. You will see here that the colors are correct once more. Yesterday, the timer there, the little black circle, the 0, was kind of like a faintly outlined white, and that was awful. It was very hard to see. But fair viewer, fair friend of the channel, Fair Nanthus, told me how to fix it using a built-in filter, which actually inverts the colors. And so anything that should be white is presented as black, and anything that should be black is now presented as white. And so it's absolutely perfectly fixed, and that really does delight me in a big, big way. So we don't like change. Hopefully it never changes again, because that was an annoying one to try to fix. The combination of moving to dark mode and not knowing how to use OBS caused such problems. That's that. Back to the camera here. Hello again. Hello to Icarus. How's it going, my friend? Gregarious, good seeing you. You get to see what kind of knot Resorty uses. The most boring kind possible. Yeah, I'm definitely not someone who takes a lot of time with his ties. Despite the centrality of ties to the streaming experience, it is the case that I really just throw it on and then go down in the corner usually so you can't see what kind of knot, and that's a-okay with me. Belgian guy, how's it going? Hello, Arid. How we doing today, Axix? Delamuka, a pleasure. Mr. Board Games, it is very good to see you. Hope today you got a little smile on your face. If not, here's a smile from me to you. Did you enjoy that? It was a little weird, I think. Kinga, good to see you, friend. Silent Sin. Good to see you again, Silent. Thank you for being here. Everyone, sincerely, it's a wonderful thing to begin the stream and see you fine folks, especially today. Friends, today is an exam day. My students are surely all throughout Tokyo right now, studying carefully, looking through their notes, imagining the kind of questions that may be in my head. I like to imagine that they think about the exam in terms of mind reading. As always, so many of them are prepared, so many of them are ready, and so many of them, just aren't. And we'll see how it goes. I already know what question they're going to complain about. I wrote one question yesterday that, as I was writing it, I said to myself, I guarantee at least half the students are not going to expect this, and I feel like not great about that, but they should expect it, and so we'll see. They're visualizing passing grades. Yeah, on the first exam, a month or so back, we had, I think, 3 students fail and 2 get very close to failing. Now, because this class is required, any student who wants to graduate from the school needs to have at least a 70%. And so actually, failing in this class includes all the D grades as well. So as of right now, there's a few students in rough space. But I told many of them that students often struggle on the first exam and then gradually improve as time goes by. And so I hope it's the case they'll do much better on the second exam, since many of them have moved to taking notes now. Hopefully. Dougster, it's good to see you. You did a thing today. You bought a new car. Congratulations. I hope it's a car you wanted. I hope it's a car that works well, most importantly. I have never, ever bought a new car with a smile on my face. Every time I've gotten a new car, it's been such an anxious moment, because always I'm getting a car because something terrible has happened to the last one, either an accident in one case, or the car like broke terribly, the engine just stopped working. And so it's always a moment of, I need a new car now. It was never a heroic overcoming of, gosh, my car's good, but it could be great, just like that. And then I don't enjoy haggling. I've mentioned this before. I do not understand the norms or social dynamics of haggling with people. And so if someone says this car costs $2,000, I say, okay, here is $2,000, which is the reason that I think my father does the negotiating usually, which is to say I'm a 39-year-old man who has never actually negotiated for a car by himself. Now, the last car I had in the US is actually one that was gifted to me by my grandparents, and that was very exciting. It was a Prius they got, and then they stopped driving, and they gave it to me, and I really like that car a lot. But now I don't have a car, and that's for the best, because haggling, man. I am so glad that Japan is not a haggling culture. The one time I spent more than a week in a haggling culture, which is in Latvia, it was so frustrating. And I kept getting ripped off. And I would tell people later, locals later, like, oh, I spent X amount of money on this dinner or X amount of money on this cab ride. And they would say, why didn't you push back? And I said, because I don't know. I don't want to cause a scene. And so, in conclusion, if you're ever looking for someone to scam and rip off for all the money, this guy right here, for sure. Hey, Klaus, how's it going, my friend? March Madness is back on. You're doing a double screening. I hope you enjoy it. I saw that the Princeton basketball team took out someone pretty far up the basketball charts. I saw that Fairleigh Dickinson took up somebody pretty big also. I know absolutely nothing about basketball standings, but I see it on the news. Hope it's good, though. Hope people win big. They're cheering for. Belgian guy, your daughters have exams today also. Good luck to them, and Austin, you're helping them out. I hope that they do well in their exams. I'm assuming you're in Belgium, as your name is Belgian guy. Are exams there compulsory for moving on to the next level? Are there like entrance exams before secondary and tertiary school? Here in Japan, it's that way. And so for so many youngsters, what learning comes down to in their formative educational years is just cramming for exams. Cramming for exams. And yeah, it sounds awful. Because there's, of course, a lot of students who get into college where there are no more entrance exams, really start slacking off as like the one free time of their life. The one time they can like sit back and not have to cram all the time. And though I'm the teacher has to deal with that, I understand how it gets that way. And I'm very grateful in the US I didn't have to do that. Yeah, the number of these students who go to school 7 days a week, like 5 or 6 days in normal school, and then 1 day a week in cram school, and they call it cram school. Not a life for good old Resorty, I'm afraid. Hey, D. Kirk, you enjoy haggling with the right cultures. Yeah, I don't. I genuinely don't. Yeah, anytime I've ever sold anything, and again, this is like revealing things about me I probably should not tell you. Anytime I've ever sold anything, if someone comes back and says, you know, you're asking for $20, I'll give you 15. I know the correct next move is, how about $17.50, right? This in the middle moment. But I always say, 15 is fine, thank you. And I think it's because I always assume that people are offering the lower amount of money due to like some inability, right? Something they're not able to do. Like they're saying, honestly, I can only afford $15. And I know that's not true, but I don't want to push them and like say, no, I can squeeze more out of you. And part of this, there's an ad coming in 30 seconds. I apologize, etc., etc. Part of this is once a long time ago, I sold something relatively valuable. I think it was a car, right? I think it was a car of some sort. My very first car ever. And the second person who came to look at it said, you know, man, I'm a single mother. I've got a kid. It's really hard getting by, etc., etc. And I fell for it. Now, I don't know if I fell for it or if the person was telling the truth, but the idea of responding to that person's plight, that person's inability to pay the money with, no, give me more, suffering woman. Like, this just strikes me as being monstrous. And again, I totally understand that, like, that's how negotiation's done. And maybe it was a negotiating position, or maybe they're telling the truth. And this is something I really struggle with. Like, when can I accept that people are telling me the truth versus when are they just, like, deceiving within the appropriate context of deception? Incidentally, the first time I explained this kind of thing to anyone, they said, Resorty, is it possible you're neurodivergent? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It may be the case a little bit. That said, I'm not a doctor, certainly. But yeah, I really, really struggle with, in what measure is truth-telling to be expected. Because I have pretty substantial philosophical views that, like, if we do not engage in truth-telling regularly, then there's no point in talking at all, because conversation is based on an assumption of truth, blah, 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 blah. But, man, I struggle. That's why you have to leave personal factors out of business. I don't know what that means. Like, I know what that means, of course. Of course I recognize that it's just numbers, man. It's supply and demand, right? But no one is actually free from personal effects and personal affairs, especially with things that are needed. Like, I get it if it's a fancy diamond ring or some like really expensive fur coat, something that's not a necessity, but like a car, right? Something like the thing you need to go about your business and to get a job and so on. If someone really is struggling, it's so hard for me to say, sorry, I'm going with the highest buyer. And I recognize that my position here is very different than a person who is like actively buying and selling things as their job. But yeah, I don't know how to look at a person and say, you for me are only a wallet, right? You for me are only a customer as opposed to being a fuller person. And that's why I'm not a business person, right? Even when I think about the business side of Twitch, I start getting very, very uncomfortable. The business side of the stream, don't like it at all. But yeah, if you're ever looking for someone to take advantage of, this guy right here, I'm definitely very, very bad at all of this stuff. Anyway, it's like conflict avoidance. Yeah, it may be that. It may just be a moment of recognizing that I don't want to make myself feel bad or make other people feel bad, etc. Dexter, when you said you're buying a car, use it as a taxi. Oh, are you a point A to point B person? Me too. Every time I've ever talked about what kind of car I want, the number one thing is it reliable? Will it just get me from place to place, etc., etc., etc. And yeah, I recognize that it's a very different way of approaching cars than some people. Like, my dad is such a car guy, and he knows like the different things to think about and want and so on. And for me, it really is like, can I sit in the car and step on the gas pedal and then push the brake pedal, and that's all. That's absolutely all. Incidentally, you can't see this, and I'm about to talk about my feet, so please don't be weird. But when I said step on the gas pedal, I used my right foot underneath the desk. And then I said push on the brake, and I stepped with my left foot. This is not how you drive a car. You don't use 2 feet. That's a bad way to drive. Perhaps I've not driven in a long enough time, but Yeah, I wonder why that happened. I'm losing track of what I'm doing. Oh, I see, Dougster. You're saying you use your car as a taxi, not just getting place to place, but instead you actually are a taxi driver. Awesome! I bet you have some amazing stories, and I'd love to hear all of them, but perhaps not right now. That's how it goes. You do use 2 feet when you drive manual. Yes, I apologize. What I meant to say is you don't use 2 feet on the pedal and the brake, right? That part is the tough part. But yes, I have driven a manual car. My father thought it was very important for me to know how to do that, so that if there's a party and everyone's drunk, and except for me, of course, and some manual transmission car was blocking my car in, I could move the manual transmission car and then get my car, my car out and come home. Which is like super useful, right? It's a skill that's nice to have. I don't enjoy driving manual. I'm still at the point where I have to think about it. Like, it's not on autopilots and like just move this, move that. But yeah, it was the thought that I would need to move vehicles around, and it's useful, right? It's useful to have that little skill. That said, so few cars these days are manual at all. I'm actually not sure the last time I saw a newer car that was manual, but of course I'm not often in cars, so who knows at all. Fears, good seeing you. How you doing today, my friend? Lauren's, good seeing you also. It's the way race car drivers race. Yeah, I could never be a race car driver. Like, how on earth does anyone think that's fun? Many of you know I often avoid all sorts of like high speed nonsense. I always attempt to just like be in control of my body, etc., etc. And so roller coasters, no thank yous, plural. Roller coaster, no. Skydiving, no. All these things, no way. In the UK and Europe, most cars still are manual. Okay, cool. Yeah, in the US, definitely not. In Japan, I don't think so also. But, friends, you know what? Like, as stream started today, I said, I'm not going to put us in the just chatting directory, because I'm going to say hello for just 1 second, and then we're going to play our video games. And guess what's happened? Here we are blathering as usual. So I will go ahead and move us to the Just Chatting directory to be a good guy and not pollute the Anno directory. And so we'll come back in a moment. If you're here only for the games, I swear there'll be games very soon. Just, we need to just chat for a bit. All right, there we go. Hello, Slivers. Happy whatever day it is for you, my friend. I can't wait till we're back on a game that has music in the background when you're not focused on it. There you go. What was I gonna say? Speaking of games that play in the background, their music, Auction Not Included is definitely coming back next week. It is a game that I want to continue playing and learning and all the rest. Anno has been really, really, really fun, and I also want to continue learning and playing it. We have a wealth of riches here, but I recognize it's just not possible to do them all. So Oni next week, almost certainly, and then Anno again after a little while. I recognized this morning that both Anno and Oni have like a very similar central feature, at least as I'm playing them right now, which is, oh no, something is broken. How on earth do I fix this broken thing? Oh wait, something new is broken. How do I fix that new? Oh no, something else is broken. Now again, this may just be because I'm not an expert at either game, and so I don't actually quite know what I'm doing thinking into the future. It's always just a matter of looking backwards and trying to repair whatever we were supposed to be doing most recently. And it's fine, it's good, but I do wonder if experts in this game are able to say ahead of time, people are able to say ahead of time, like, what I should be doing is XYZ to avoid the feeling of everything is always breaking everywhere. Hey, Desolate, it's like Factorio. Yeah, my Factorio playthrough is very much that way also. To the point that I eventually, my Factorio playthrough got to just, what is the minimal amount I need to do to get to the next step? While recognizing that the majority of the factory was like burning down in inefficient ways, but I just didn't care. Because I realized if I'd cared on those things in Factorio, we would have never actually made progress. Because you can spend, I don't know, hours, days, a whole lifetime just making a factory more and more efficient. And of course there are blueprints, right? Some people have made like really nice pre-made factories that are maximally efficient and absolutely beautiful. But if you're trying to do, it on your own and figure it out, it's so fiddly. That's fun. Like, it's definitely fun to be able to make the perfect factory, or in Oni, the perfect planetoid, or in Anno, the perfect colonies. I'm just not there in any of those games yet. So, this game seems to be I meant to do X, but I forgot. Yeah. And this is why I've been playing at such slow speed all the way through. A few viewers have stopped in and said, man, Resorty, you're playing at speed 1. Why are we not on speed 3, the average speed? And I don't know how someone plays that speed. Because even at speed 1, it feels like too many things are happening all around the game world simultaneously, and I just can't keep track of them. And so, like, emergency, go look at the boats. Okay, I'm gonna look at the boats, and when I come back, I'm going to do whatever. And then I recognize that I go to the emergency, and then never, ever get to the original thing. And, it's fun. I'm enjoying seeing how the game works and how we're building along, but it's just, it is not a clear progression game for me right now. Any plans to play modded Factorio? So I've said before, I'm never going back to Factorio. I think I'm going to stick with that. Like, I really do enjoy Factorio, and I enjoy the process of seeing how factories go. And I can imagine playing it offline and passing some time and having a good time. It is not a fun game for me to stream, though. I think it's my least favorite game to stream of games I enjoy. Right? They're games I don't like streaming just because I'm not good at them and I feel ridiculous playing them. But yeah, Factorio brings in a really, like, not great chat vibe. And many of the people are just trying to be helpful, but some of them are also, like, profoundly insistent that unless you do what they're saying right now, you are playing the game wrong. And I really bristle at that. It's not like the vibe I want in my channel in general. And it's a game because not much is happening other than, look, I built a conveyor belt. There's not terribly much to talk about in terms of the game. And so over the course of hours, the chat often becomes just that kind of conversation. And it is frankly exhausting. So I think I'm going to stay with, if Factorio 2 comes out someday, we will play it on stream, but no, default Factorio is just not for me on streaming, unfortunately. What's my favorite game to play, whether on stream or not? I have no idea. I honestly have no idea. Like, off stream right now, I'm playing some Football Manager, and I'm playing some Against the Storm. This tends to be like what I do late in the evening when, like last night, for instance, Noms got home at 8:30 or so after a long day of work, and we had dinner, and then she had to get more work done. And I try very hard to stay awake until she's done with the day, but after 11:30 or so, I'm like, okay, either I will fall apart right now, or I will... I'll fall asleep right now, or I must go play video games, stay awake. And so there's been a lot of late night gaming recently. But no, I'm someone who's not exactly married to any game. Like, my favorite game I've ever played was Witcher 3. But I can guarantee I wouldn't love it as much the next time through. Because it was just that new storyline, that new world to explore. Beautiful. Any game where y'all are having fun in chat, I love streaming, right? Any game where people are fired up and excited and enjoying themselves is great. And I think that often comes from my own enthusiasm as well. And so if we can find a nice vibe of a game that, like, scratches the itches while also scratching the itches while also being fun for you is super cool. So it's a symbiotic thing, that's what I'm gonna say on that one. Hey Jimmy, how's it going? World of Warcraft? No. I mean, it's my favorite in the worst way. As I said before, yes, one looks back on one's time as a cocaine addict and says, that felt real good. Give me that dopamine. But it's favorite in a bad way. So yeah, World of Warcraft's the game I've played the most hours of ever, probably forever, but not yet. How's FM going? See, I feel bad. I feel bad this has happened because, yeah, that was our game, right? That was the game we were playing together. And I definitely been playing the same save file off stream. So I finished another season, or our first season in Skybet League 1. We ended up in the playoffs of Skybet League 1, and I intentionally lost it because I did not want to go up another league. And so I put in a bunch of the children to play in the playoff match, so we lost right away. And so, yeah, I'm in the middle of my second season in Skybet League 1. We're in third place in the league. I've made some signings, etc., and it's been really fun. But I'm sorry I'm not sharing it with you all. It's just the constant, like, continue. While it's a fun game, I enjoy playing it. I don't know how to stream it well over the course of days and weeks, unfortunately. How it goes. Witcher 3 is the game you want to like but can't get into. Yeah, I mean, I absolutely understand that. I think for me, I played a ton of RPGs when I was younger, and like some part of me loves RPGs and always will. I don't stream them terribly well. I don't stream story games terribly well because it's often, this moment where I need to catch up people on what's happening. And so I can't fully get into the game because I'm always having to look back and say like, oh, hey, new viewers, good seeing you. Oh yeah, what's been happening is da-da-da-da. And so it's this like constant retrospective that stops my own narrative from going forward. But yeah, Witcher, it just scratched that RPG itch in some like really great way. And I had to get over a little hump initially of combat. Like combat was very, very confusing. Combat was bad, I think, for me initially. It's very fiddly in some ways, but like the stories and the characters you meet really connected for me. So yeah, Witcher 3 will always be my favorite game, I think. Last of Us, have not played it, have not watched the TV series. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure it's great, but probably just not for me to stream. We've played This War of Mine. Really enjoyed it. Very sad game. Maybe we'll play it again someday. There are a lot of games out there, of course. A lot of games. All right, another thing I want to mention. I can't get stuck entirely on the video game conversation here. How about Resident Evil? No. I should make a bot command that says, like, Resorty will never play another horror game again, even if you offer him lots of money and it's Halloween. No horror games. They feel bad. I've thought of playing Big Ambitions. Someone recommended that before. Yeah, someone recommended that one before. I looked at it and said, oh, it looks kind of cool. But as of right now, there are just so many games. But yeah, Big Ambitions looks very cool. Disco Elysium, awesome game. That's actually the one game I played during the last stream crisis. When I fell apart as a person last time around. The big gaming computer, this one here, was down in the streaming room. The streaming room was briefly changed its name to the Shame Room, and I did not go into it. So I didn't play any video games at all over the course of months and months and months. And then, and then I heard about This War of Mine, and I was, or not This War of Mine, Disco Elysium, and I said, okay, this game sounds amazing enough that I want to go try it. And so I took a deep breath and I stepped into the Shame Room and I played Disco Elysium, and it is a amazing game. The story really caught me. The kind of like narrative it presented was amazing. I understand that some people find its themes kind of rough. Like, it's about alcoholism. It talks about suicide, right? These things that are like difficult parts of life in general. And I don't still go to gaming to avoid all that, to enjoy being a hero. And in that game, you're a hero who's also villainous towards himself and other people. And it's a complex, good game, and I love it. And yeah, I'm sorry I didn't stream it. It's a game I wish I had streamed in some measure, but that's how it goes. Was this after I sold all the stream equipment? Oh, we need to stop talking about the stream crises. In the same way I don't talk about like that time I failed an exam in 7th grade. I need to stop talking about the stream crises. Yes, that was after I sold all the stream equipment. The most recent stream crisis was, oh boy, I'm feeling real bad. Let's stop streaming. And then it became, oh boy, I'm feeling real bad about feeling real bad. Let's never stream again. And if we ever stream again, let's sell the stream stuff. But I do want to game again someday. And then, of course, we bought all the stream equipment again. The exact same things I'd sold previously. Those of you who are business people, this is a very good trade, of course. And then we came back to streaming. Things are good, life is good, etc., etc. Why was I feeling bad? I mean, I use the phrase feeling bad to, like, really downplay it. Yeah, I'm diagnosed with major depressive disorder, and things get real rough if I'm not on my meds, and if other parts of life are not super stable. And especially the winters in the US have been not good for me. And I don't want to explain all of that right now. It's about as bad as it can get for humans, though. I'm glad I'm here, and I'm glad I'm here with you all, but yeah. Yeah. Spicy brain solidarity. I think that's definitely the way to talk about it. Spicy brain feels good. But no, I'm in a good place now. Things are fine. I've been streaming consistently for about a year now. We're coming up on 1 year since we've been back fairly soon. And yeah, happy for that. But yeah, the stream crises are times when I've surely not been in the best places. That's how it goes. You don't have to play Disco. So it is the case there are other playthrough possibilities in Disco Elysium. I chose one path and tried to go down it and go through it. And it was super fun, super interesting. But we could play other ones. As before, there are just too many games. And I really enjoyed playing Contraband Police last week. And that game was a story-based game in some measure. So maybe it's possible we'll play more kinds of games. There are just too many, though. And as many of you know, if I think too hard about like what game to play next, I recognize there actually is no good determination. Like, whatever I pick, some people will love, some people will hate. The game might perform well, it might not. So it just comes down to what is fun. And I never know it's going to be fun. And that's just how it is. They just stop making games. It is true. Back in grad school, I made the joke to a friend that I just need philosophers to stop writing books so I can read all of them, but they just keep writing books. And, of course, not just philosophers, but everybody. And, I'll never catch up. That said, there are 50 pages left in the big book I've been reading for the past month and a half. The slowest month and a half of reading ever. ever. It's the second edition of this book, and the first edition was written back in the 90s, and it covers like 250, 300 pages of about 2.5 decades, and it's like really carefully written and very thoughtful. And then the last couple chapters, which are like the second edition chapters, feel much less settled, and I try to pack in so much stuff that I'm finding a tiny bit of a slog. Also because the author has like relatively strong feelings about some of the people who he's talking about now, and it it feels like he's grinding an axe in places. And like, fine, you know, we all have our opinions about people we work with and people in our fields, but I don't really care about the personal side in this case because I don't know the people. And so I wish he would just stay theoretical for a while, but we'll get through it. And then up next is Moby Dick, except a student recommended a book to me in class the other day. I think it's called like Message from a Mask or something. It's about a young man in Japan who is gay and doesn't know how to express that given the cultural values. Because I was talking to the students about like questions of human nature and why is it that my Japanese students just will not tell me, what they think is deep down inside as humans. Like, Americans are ready to go, like I mentioned last time, the very like Christian conception about we're actually quite rotten inside, etc., etc. And then the Japanese students either don't have an opinion on that or will not tell me. And so after class, a student came up and said that this book really helped her to understand herself and like the social pressures on not expressing what's really inside of you, like deep down inside. And at some level, I'm not sure if anything is deep down inside. I'm not sure if we like come preloaded in terms of morality. Hard to say. But I appreciate that she gave me a suggestion to better understand her and presumably other students also. It is the Mishima book. Yep. Thank you, Stassi, for knowing what I'm talking about. And I'll definitely post my thoughts on it over on the Discord. But yeah, I just want to understand my students. Because when I taught in the U.S., right, taught in the U.S. in the Midwest, all the students were more or less like me. Like, definitely there were some outliers, people who had radically different lives. but the majority of them came to the classroom with very similar beliefs to my own. And the students whose beliefs were different were at least like in the range of possibilities for things I could have been or things I could understand at least. My Japanese students, very, very different people. That's right. Let me say more obvious things. People in Japan are very different from Americans. But it feels like right now there's some kind of like veil I can't quite pierce. And if I could just understand that process more, it would help me to teach better, even if not like see what's inside my students, at least show them that I understand a little bit about, I guess, why they are the way they are. So that's what we're working on right now. Hopefully it works out. We'll see. Next week is rough for new games. Marks are a bunch of new games coming out next week. As I've mentioned previously, I actually do not follow, I do not follow any games news at all, because it's just too much, and I never know which games will be good, and so I trust you all to tell me when there are good new games out there that I should be checking out. So next week is a bunch of new games. Cool, I'll be playing Auction Not Included. Yeah, I'm not someone who follows the hype usually, as you know. Hey Klaus, you found out that scientists decided to do research on cannabis use on seabirds. There's no way this is not a joke. Cannabis use on seabirds. They've left no turn unstoned. I like that one. They've left no turn unstoned. That's a delightful bit of wordplay. Thank you, Klaus, for the excellent joke there. Good work. Marsh, we're looking for the games Terra Nil and Dredge. I have not heard either of those. Actually, heard of either of those. Feel free to leave a link over in Discord if you're on Discord. If not, feel free to remind me next week and I'll check them out for sure. Oh, Klaus, that was good. There's a similar book about child welfare called Glass Castles. Ah, Jim, awesome. Yeah, one thing I love about our channel is so many of you are from so many different backgrounds that you are, you have suggestions for me about things to look at and think about and all the rest. That'd be great. You recommend The Japanese Mind, Understanding Contemporary Japanese Culture. Eric, thank you. So truthfully, I tried very hard not to read anything about, like, here is how Japanese people are before I came to Japan, because I didn't want to prejudice my interactions with individual people. I didn't want to say, you're Japanese, you must be, this sort of stereotyping motion. But I recognize that I need some help. After having met all the individuals, there are some common traits. And so, yeah, that book sounds good. Let me write it down real quick. Davies and Osamu. Cool, thank you. I'll definitely check that out. And, yeah, thanks so much for the recommendation. There's not enough time to read all the books. Not enough time for the games, not enough time for the books. What on earth are we going to do? Well, I have a story for you. This is what I've been waiting for a while. Got to get to the story time. Can't be game time all the time. So, yesterday night, as I mentioned, Nam's got home very late, and so we were planning on making dinner together, but then ended up finding ourselves kind of out of time for that. So we decided to go to a restaurant instead. It's a restaurant just down the street, a restaurant called, I shouldn't say what it's called or you know where I live. I shouldn't say what its theme is, though the theme is very cool. We'll leave that part to the side. It's a nice restaurant. And yeah, it serves traditional, not traditional, it serves like contemporary takes on traditional food that developed out of the occupation. And yeah, this place was cool. I really enjoyed it. Their number one meal, though, is called omurice. And I've mentioned this before. Omurice is a rice omelet, which is covered in ketchup often. And I'm not a big fan of the ketchup on it. Anyway, Nam's got that one, and she really loved it. She really enjoyed it. I got what's called toru toru omuraisu. So instead of being covered with ketchup, it's covered instead with a demi-glace sauce, a brown sauce that is mighty tasty and is probably made out of meat sauce, but that's how life goes. And yeah, like, it's a very simple meal, but I really enjoy that I ordered this omelet. And then right from the next room, I immediately hear the chef begin whisking. The sound of whisking is a very happy sound for me. I think I've never heard eggs whisked and been dissatisfied with what's come out of it. Anyway, we had that. It was very, very good. But a whole bunch of people came into the restaurant. And as many of you know, Japanese restaurants tend to be quite small. This place had seating for probably 7 or 8 people. Yeah, I think 8 people in total. And Noms and I were at a 4 top. The 2 of us were sitting at a table with 4 people, or would have 4 people. And this is one big shift between American culture and Japanese culture. In the US, if you're sitting at a table with additional seats and someone else comes in, they can wait because that's your table. And it's the case that you have it until you're done. In Japan, there's a readiness to say, those are open chairs. These people will be joining you. And this is the first time it's happened. It's the first time it's happened since we moved here. And, definitely is the case. They're not expected to make conversation with people. Japanese people are used to being very closely jammed in and then still maintaining privacy. But yeah, we were talking between Noms and myself, other people came here. And, yeah, the people came in and offered this really nice Japanese phrase towards us. About how grateful they were that we had moved. Because, yeah, we are side-sitters. We try to be little cuties. Noms and I usually sit on the same side, so we can, talk quietly back and forth, and so we can share food more easily, and have a little occasional, good to see you, babe, that kind of thing. So we very quickly moved from being on the same side to be across. And yeah, the Japanese men who joined us, offered this very, very nice Japanese phrase to me, and I understood them. It was a phrase I had never heard in that particular construction before. I was like, oh, I actually understand a new piece of Japanese. This has never happened before. Every other time I've understood something in Japanese, it has been a pre-formed phrase that I have memorized entirely, or a previously constructed phrase with a new vocabulary term that I have 12 vocabulary terms. This time, though, it was something new, and that felt absolutely amazing. And so I gave an appropriate response. And after this, the Japanese man next to me assumed that I was fluent in Japanese. Whoops. So the beautiful moment was very quickly followed up with oh boy, oh boy. And so at that point, Noms very quickly took over the conversation, and I made my normal sorry noises. But yeah, it was a very nice moment of connection with someone who I think under normal conditions I would have not tried to engage with at all. Under normal conditions I would have just nodded at them and then kept my conversation. And so I think it gives me a little bit of hope that as we're here longer, I will be able to move more and more in the direction of fluency and hopefully more and more in the direction of being able to engage with people around me. So we'll see. Fernanthus, it's good seeing you. Friends, we owe Fernanthus a big round of applause. You saw it if you were here earlier, but I will show Fernanthus now. We fixed the timer. Look at it. It's black again. Fernanthus, thank you so much for offering me a really, really useful bit of help on fixing the timer there. I'm over the moon excited that it's working correctly. I just need Google and OBS and Firefox to never update again. If they update again, it will break, and then my heart will break, and what are we going to do? So, yeah, we'll see. I think that's all the stories for today. I guess the one other quick story is, yesterday I figured out the best way to stream a crossword puzzle. Because starting pretty soon here, we're going to have 3-minute ad breaks, and when we do that, we're going to take a little break from our game and do some crossword puzzling, and I'm excited for that. We'll see how it goes. Anytime I add a new feature to the stream, I get a little nervous. As many of you know, at one point I made the active decision to begin stream with chit-chat time, and it was terrifying, because I always have this feeling of, what will I talk about? I don't do anything. I stream, and then I read the news, then I read a book, and I have no stories. But here we are, right? We've been live now for almost an hour, blathering on about this and that, and thank you for being part of it. It's a good thing. If you want to keep talking, I can tell you about the reason that the New York Times movie critic has quit. I heard an interview with him this morning. It is a really, really sad indictment of film. He's decided to go work in the book critic office instead. apparently he wrote a middling review of the Avengers film, and yeah, Samuel Jackson sicked all the fans on him. Unfortunately, Jackson did not say "Avengers Assemble" to go after the New York Times film critic. Apparently, the most offensive part is that part of his critique included the line, "It's a couple of hours of laughs, smiles, and good feelings attached to an ATM." Which I think is right. I think it's absolutely right. That so many films today are made almost entirely just to make more and more money instead of trying to make like aesthetically interesting and pushes and so on. You heard it on the Daily. Aired exactly right. Yeah, Noms listens to the Daily in the morning, and if it's particularly good, she encourages me to check it out also. And it was great. It was absolutely great for sure. Oh, Mindy, it's good seeing you, and thank you. Thank you for lurking, and thank you for enjoying this part of the stream. That's very kind of you to say. I do enjoy it also. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to go after the Avengers movie in particular, but I think it is the case that, yeah, profit über alles, right? This moment of like profit is the driver in this realm of art, like in so many others. There's a great essay from, gosh, a long time ago now by an art critic called Clement Greenberg. It's called The Avant-Garde and the Kitsch. And it talks about how artists get stuck in this moment of golden handcuffs, I think he calls it. Where, yeah, you're making a lot of money. Yeah, you're able to satisfy your material needs. And isn't that what everyone needs? But you lose the ability to strive towards artistic moments. Instead of doing artistry, you do just the minimally satisfying. Yeah, I think the New York Times critics said something on the order of the Avengers movie is largely unassailable, right? Largely unable to be challenged because what are you going to say, right? You're going to say like, you know, it did what it said it was going to do. But should it just be doing that, right? It doesn't challenge you as a viewer. You feel nice and happy. I mean, there's been a bunch of narratives and papers on the way in which like the superhero movie form is definitionally undemocratic. That says that there is an absolutely huge person who can fix it and save us, and the rest of us must beg for this assistance. And that's how it goes. Yeah, I think there's some articles from like 1920s onward that argue that like superhero conceptions and fascism are deeply, deeply linked. And insofar as a culture is absolutely on board with, absolutely on board with superhero narratives, they may be ripe for fascism also. I don't know if it's true. I find it very provocative, but yeah. And so the New York Times film guy decided that he wanted to pop on over to books instead, because books are still challenging people beyond just giving them what they want exactly. And that's kind of lovely. Cyber Oracle, it's very generous of you to give a gift sub to our community, to Old Beard there. I appreciate it. That said, I do not want to encourage a a stream environment where if you complain about the ads, you get a gift sub. But Cyber Oracle, thank you so much for the generosity. And Old Beard, it's good to see you. I'm very sorry that there are ads on the channel. It's just the way it's going to be. They will be changing on April 1st to having just one block every hour, and I'll do a better job of signaling that for sure. But yeah, it's just how it is. I'm sorry. See, this is the part where I have to like say, okay, am I destroying my art by having ads at all? Probably so. I mean, I don't think this part is being particularly artful. It's just me blathering. And I guess there's an art to blather, but it's not like central to my conception of myself in the way that I think many filmmakers and book writers are and so on. But yeah, I think the only way to stop ads entirely is to, the only way to do it entirely is to like lose our partnership, and I'm not doing that. I worked long and hard for that check mark in chat, so I can lord it over everyone. No, not really. But no, unfortunately, ads is part of the show, and I'm sorry, but how it is. Yeah, affiliates have to deal with them also, right? You have to demonetize your channel entirely to have no ads. We could go back to pre-rolls. We talked about this 100 times, and yeah. Starting April 1st, I'll do a better job. I swear, starting April 1st, better jobs coming. For sure, for sure. What's up, Trith? What's up, what's up? Motku, good seeing you again. I believe you're here for the Anno. It's coming soon, I promise. Very, very, very soon. Yeah, I'm not a philosopher of art. I don't know that much about aesthetics and the artistic impulse. The times I write, which is like my best artwork, tend to be moments when like I feel I have something really important to say, something really essential to express. And yeah, I guess it's an artistic impulse. And I never write little articles that are just what people want to hear and I want to say instead. That's how it goes. Yeah, Thule. I can't remember the authors of any of those superheroes equal fascism essays. That said, back in the 1990s rather, the philosopher after whom this channel is named, Richard Rorty, wrote a little essay saying, insofar as English professors keep writing essays about Captain America and fascism, they're actually ignoring the good work they could do in responding to real social problems. So I think it's worth having the thought, but having the thought over and over and over and over again might be doing more harm than good, unfortunately. Yeah. He also criticized the American left for like caring more about what's being taught in the English department than what's being done in the boardroom. That's probably true of not just the American left these days, but frankly of a lot of American culture. You know, there's this like preoccupation of teaching above all else. So that's how it goes. And that's what they call navel gazers. It's true. Yeah, Rorty was, initially an epistemologist, concerning with like how do we know what we know and how does the structure of science fit into that, etc., etc. But in his later life, he really wanted to be someone who, was taken seriously as helping push the conversation about politics and society forward. And so he started doing a lot less academic writing and a lot more like articles to the New York Times and book reviews that had like a social political message and so on. And he had really cool ideas that were so radically impractical. And unfortunately, it gives philosophers a bad name when we do this. When we go from like evaluating concepts and ideas to instead saying, you know what you gotta do? Just raise taxes. As if the people who are in public policy and politics and so on haven't thought of that idea. And so, yeah, I don't work on his late stuff just because while it is interesting to see him make this turn, it's not actually all that philosophically interesting. It's just like, I don't know, old man yells at clouds, perhaps. Yeah, there's a little story about Plato here I'll save for another day. We talked about enough Plato already today. Speaking of fascism, I think that's all I got for you. Surely we could keep talking about this and that and the other thing all day long, but today's an exam day, so I am gonna have to make sure I leave on time to get my exams printed. As I always say, I'm one of those naughty professors who waits until just before giving the test to print the test, which means that if the copier jams, I've got to write all the questions on the board, and nobody wants that because my handwriting is so darn bad. That said, as I mentioned yesterday, I did put on my exam at the top that if students use examples from class instead of come up with their own examples, I will give them 0 points. I then made a little joke to my students, which said, 0 points on my question, not on the whole exam, I'm not a monster. And so I hope they smile, I hope they have a nice smile, because I know for a lot of students, the first moments taking an exam are always so darn stressful. And I've always looked for ways to like mitigate that inside of the class period. Because I want the students to have like a free moment of thinking and exploring ideas. And I recognize it's the case that, like, it needs to be stressful, right? If the exam matters, then it needs to be a little bit, like, good anxiety, right? That's how they often talk about it. The use stress moment. I think I learned back in English class in high school. Not all stress is de-stress. But, yeah, I don't want it to be so overwhelmingly stressful that they freak themselves out and become unable to express valuable ideas. Yeah, and so for me at least, like, I always look for ways to like make a smile that doesn't disrupt them. And so last year, I wrote funny little things on the board during the exam. And so like one of the funny little things I wrote was something like, Don't worry, this too shall pass. Maybe you will also. I thought this was funny. I was told later that raising the specter of them not passing was a very awful thing to do. Whoops. I thought it was just a cute little joke because it had wordplay. I like wordplay. So I've decided to stop putting slogans on the board. And like one I put up there was something like imagine you were on a beach right now. This kind of thing, which I really thought would be just fun, cute stuff, but not so much. Just for a Gandalf on the Balrog. I've mentioned before I do actually have a stamp. Right? I do actually have a stamp that has a little cartoon of Gandalf on the Balrog with the phrase "You shall not pass," etc., etc. And that's how it goes. After the test's been given out, can I share it on Discord? I thought I'd do that this morning. I don't know. The exam... I don't know. The exam didn't end up being as much fun as I was hoping it would when I wrote it initially. I sat down and had to start making modifications to my fun questions. Because the students in this class, because it's Gen Ed, need more guide rails. They need to have their bowling alley have bumpers on it. So a lot of the questions have multiple subparts. There's even one question that says, I'll tell you one of the questions. The question is, Marx argues that history necessarily leads to freedom through communism. Why does he argue that? What does he mean? Do you agree? And why hasn't it happened yet? Right? It's kind of wide open question about explain this thing and then build on it and then respond to it. Fine. But I recognize if I just gave them that, many of the students would kind of get lost in the weeds. And so I have this list of, in order to answer this question, you must doot, right? Do these 4 or 5 things in order. And if this were not a Gen Ed, I would never say that. Because the Gen Ed, though, it needs to... I need to help them along just a little bit, and that's how it goes. Don't you dare disagree with Marx? Oh, no, they're welcome to do so. Yeah, I tell them... So honestly, the last exam, or the last essay in my class here is, please reflect on your experience. I would use your critical thinking skills you've gained in this class to criticize this class. And the central question on the handout is, was this class a waste of your life? And then it has a bunch of paragraphs explaining what I mean by that. But yeah, last semester I had a student who said, yes, this class was a waste of my life. And he explained why in really thoughtful arguments. He told me that the kind of books, etc., etc. And he got an A, right? He got an A. I always tell the students I do not particularly care what they argue as long as it's well argued. And some students do that and some don't. And so, yeah, I mean, one possible response to the why hasn't Marx's endpoint come is because he's wrong. History does not work that way. Communism is not freedom, wherever you want. I hope some people do argue that, because I think there's a bunch of great evidence to suggest that the Marxist story is not quite right. That's how it goes. Life's been much time, yes. I think time and life are the same thing, right? Is this class waste your time really is saying you have a limited amount of time in life, and how is it used? I can rephrase the question, I guess. And definitely, I think when I presented the essay to them, I gave them the assignment, I said, I'm asking you to think about this as part of your life. Because again, this class is required. The school makes them do it. And so, yeah, it's a bit of waste of your lifetime. I guess I don't fully understand the distinction there. Who knows? You finally did better in college when you gave the same ideas to the person grading it. That is a common complaint indeed. Yeah, I mean, that said, I definitely grew up in a very, very conservative household, and I now have not exactly liberal views, but views that would not be called conservative. And so I understand the views, right? I understand both of the views there. And all the views are in some measure. And so I think I'm fairly open-minded. And yeah, I've definitely given out many A's for people who are, disagree with me quite a bit. Now, maybe I just say this, right? Maybe it doesn't actually come up that way. They did some double-blind study to figure that one out, perhaps. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Hey, Fuzzy, how's it going? You had a mandatory ethics presentation as part of your teacher induction program. The sign-in book was at the building entrance. Out of view of any presenters, you think it was a test? Okay, so one could sign in and then walk right back out again. I don't know. Unfortunately, at least in the US, so many ethics trainings are just so that the institution can say, you were trained in ethics, right? You were trained not to do the thing that you have done. You can't say you didn't know this was wrong. You didn't know it was disallowed, and so we can fire you now. And so I said before that like the kind of ethics training I got at my grad school was often how fast can you click through these pages that you're supposed to read, and then at the end of it, do like the very, very easy yes, no, true, false test. And that's, yeah, it's not about ethics, it's about liability, unfortunately. And it really breaks my heart to know that, and to know that when I tell people that I teach ethics, they say, you teach us how to not get fired. And that's how it goes. Lethal Experiment, I agree with you on the ambiguity. I can rephrase it in the future. We'll see. Ethics courses are all about liability? I hope not the ones that I teach. I mean, unless you mean the liability of your immortal soul, right? I mean, either you choose your ethics right or you will die a life of absolute regret and pain. I like that way of thinking about it for sure. Yeah, it actually reminds me, I've been looking at so Noms is looking at and she's encouraging me to look at I think her name Daniel Pink. He's a psychologist, I believe, who's been doing some work on regret, right? Regret studies, and has been looking into, what kind of regrets do people have? And he does this absolutely huge, anatomy of kinds of regrets. Like there's inaction regrets and action regrets. You wish you hadn't done something or had done something. There's regrets about what kind of person you were, moral regrets, etc. And he has this like really fascinating way of analyzing regrets that aren't the standard like you should learn from your failures, though he does do a little bit of that. I think it's not terribly helpful because it's like the kind of slogan everybody knows already. But instead, what do your regrets reveal about your values? Because I think often my students have a sense of what they value, but they don't know how to articulate it. And so looking at regrets is a place where whatever it is you value didn't line up with what you actually did or didn't do. Can be useful for folks. Anyway, Daniel Pink, totally recommended. He speaks in a somewhat aggressive way. I think he might be from the East Coast, and so as a Midwestern, I'm like, okay, down a notch, please, down a notch. But his ideas are super provocative for thought for sure. That's how it goes. If there's no soul, ethics don't matter. Yeah, I hope not. I think it's this common view that says, look, if we're not around forever, why does what we do now matter at all? And that can't be true. Right? Because even though I'm not around forever, the people I care about are. Things will happen after I'm gone, etc. Now, do I know that with 100% certainty? Of course not. But yeah. I mean, there's a much longer conversation here about both duration of things mattering or not. The Greek view was that things that are most permanent are realist. The Christian view is kind of that also, or was for a while. And yeah, I think that like individual moments in history happen, and they have happened, and things that have happened matter because they are real. And there's a much bigger story there, of course, but yeah, I hope we can find ways to be decent to each other and care about things even if we're not here forever. Because if not, what's the point in doing any of this? How it goes. Hey, Grob, are we doing Indian food after stream tonight? Nope, today we're not doing Indian food. Instead, we're going to be going to see the cherry blossoms. As I mentioned, it's kind of a rainy time here in Tokyo, and the rain is coming down softly right now, but will be coming down very, very hard tomorrow. And so, or it likely is, right? Yeah, and so we're worried that if we don't go see the cherry blossoms today, they will not exist tomorrow. And then did they really matter at all? What's the point of cherry blossoms? They're not eternal. Yeah, so we're going to go see the Emperor's cherry trees, I believe. That should be good. No, we'll be visiting the Emperor's house tonight, I think. Initially, we're going to do it on Saturday or Sunday, but Yeah, to go see the barren cherry trees wouldn't be quite as much excitement, unfortunately. We'll see. Trith, I think you're absolutely right. I think the regret question comes around consistently. I think that even if one has identified all one's regrets, one's still going to screw up eventually, right? One's going to keep screwing up. That's what part is to be human, right? I mean, I was raised Christian, so it's very easy for me to say, like, there's only one perfect man and he's not you, right? But no, I think humans, try our best and are fallible creatures, and even if intending the best, you still do the worst sometimes, etc. I'm visiting the Emperor, so Klaus, I was joking about that, but yeah, during cherry blossom season, there's a very brief period when a very, very tiny part of the Imperial Residence Hall is opened, like a very tiny part, so that you can go see the Emperor's cherry trees, and they close it off for the rest of the year, and there is 0% chance I will actually see the real Emperor, but I will be able to see part of his home I wouldn't normally be able to see. This is unlike the old Imperial Palace. At some point we're going to go see the old Imperial Palace, and Nam's not allowed inside. There's a very small part of Japan where Japanese citizens may not go. It's like very old rules, and so I look forward to going inside. Now, Nam's actually de jure not a Japanese citizen, but they don't know that, and so she's gonna probably not be able to go inside at all. Poor Noms. That's the old Imperial Palace area. Question about Japan. What do I do with rubbish in public as there are no public bins? Yeah, it is the case that here in Japan there are very, very few trash cans anywhere. And that was initially very confusing to me. The reason for it, officially, is that back in the 90s there was a spate of chemical attacks, and part of them used trash cans. And so because of that, there are no trash cans lest we're exposed to chemical attacks. So yeah, if I have trash from out and about, I put it in my pocket and I bring it home with me, and that is that. But yeah, generally speaking, I don't really make trash from out and about. At the office, I definitely have a trash can in my office, and so I put my trash in the trash can. But because Japan, we empty our own trash cans, and we empty our own trash cans by taking our trash bin and going to the separation room and picking through our own trash and separating it into the correct boxes, which I never thought that I would enjoy, but man, I love it. As long as there's nothing nasty in there. I think so. If there's something nasty to put away, like a Kleenex, for instance, after blowing my nose, I will not put it in with the rest of the trash. Instead, I'll immediately take it to the trash sorting room and put it into the red bin, and the red bin is for burnables. And Kleenexes are burnable because they're made out of paper primarily. I never thought I'd enjoy this, but no, I get a lot of satisfaction of organizing things well when it comes to trash and feeling like a good visitor. Anything you do mindfully can be rewarding. I think you're right. Yeah, and as many of you know, I spent a month in a monastery, and the work there was really repetitive. It was minding mushrooms, and this is very, very slow work. And initially I thought, oh, I'm going to hate the work there. But no, it was the moment of being able to, like, focus on just the one task and follow what I've been taught and take care of this thing and make it a little bit better. And hours and hours would fly by as I was, like, picking at mushrooms. And, yeah, same thing with, I think, separating the trash. Though it's a much faster job, it still feels good to focus fully on that and then to begin doing this and that. Wait, there are monastic mushroom farms. There are indeed. Yeah, every monastery of the tradition I care about, every monastic tradition I care about has like a local industry, a local place where they do work that sustains the work, the living conditions of the monastery. They don't just live off donations. And so there are some monasteries that make beer. The famous Trappist ones in Belgium, I believe, actually, are run by monks, and they have been for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. Actually, it's good seeing you. Me too. Yeah. So there's one in the U.S. that has a mushroom farm. I spent a month there, and Axis did also, and it's a pretty cool place. And coming back from it was very difficult, and Noms and I had many conversations about, are you sure you want to stay married? Not that we dislike each other, not that we weren't fully in this thing, but yeah, some part of me like was ready to say, I must now become a monk. It was one of the happier times of my entire life. It was so divergent from the normal hustle and bustle of just trying to get ahead, the normal hustle and bustle of not being sure what you're doing day to day. And I'm someone who likes routine and order, and there are very few places on Earth that are less rootinous, I suppose. More rootinous? Less rootinous? I don't know what direction that went. Can I do retreats there in Japan? I mean, yeah, there are a bunch of monasteries here also, right? Buddhist ones instead of Catholic ones. Because of the Nihongo issue, I'm not sure. That said, there are some Buddhist monasteries that are silent. And, yeah, I mean, it could be done. I hadn't thought about it because I'm always concerned about the Nihongo thing. But maybe. What was my motivation for that? I'm deeply interested in the ways that other people live. I know how I live. I enjoy how I live. I know how suburban Americans live. I don't enjoy that, but I know about it. And yeah, there are people who live in radically different ways intentionally. They choose it for themselves, not forced into it. And I want to know that. I want to understand that. I want to experience this and that. If I hadn't experienced the hustle and bustle, would I have enjoyed the monastic life as much? I don't know. Yeah, I honestly don't know. Yeah, there's some monks there that got in when they were quite young, 16, 18, and lived there all their adult life. And they seemed happy. Now, would they be happier if they had lived a life of conflict and so on? Maybe, but I think it's very difficult to answer that kind of question. Counterfactual or tough, okay. But yeah, I mean, I think the kind of person I am, based on life experience, etc., is someone who far prefers a life where things are more locked in. And like I recognize part of that is saying, I don't want so many choices. And that's fine. That's fine, thanks. I don't think choices are always a sign of absolute freedom. That's how it goes. Hey, Red Wolf, you figured out Anno enough to be decent at the game. You're gonna have to teach me. I'm gonna have to learn that one. I can be a monk streamer who shows people how to farm some mushrooms. So many of you might know about the monk Thomas Merton. He lived in Kentucky after spending time in France, etc. And he wrote so many books about spiritual life and monastic lives and so on. And for a time they told him not to do this, that he'd gotten overly focused on himself and overly focused on choosing his own life instead of living in community and helping out with the work of the monastery. And he bristled against this terribly. Like, he very much wanted to do the writing. And in late life, he was allowed to do so, right? In late life, he was allowed to choose his own adventure and do that writing. But yeah, I can tell you honestly, if I went to the superior there and said, like, hi, I want to join you, and also stream 5 hours a day, they'd say, I don't think you understand what this place is all about. I think that's the kind of thing that you would earn eventually, if you could show the value of it to the community. If you could show why it was important work for the community and not just for yourself. So for example, they're doing like teaching people how to do sustainable farming activity now, and part of that is to get more younger workers to come help. So that's how it goes. Hey, Arverte, it's a pleasure hearing me talk about other people's life choices. Yeah, I think I often wonder what kind of life could I have lived. As many of you know, there have been moments where I have chosen radically different life paths. Like, we got this close to going and becoming a U.S. Marine. Who would I possibly be? And now this is not regret. It's not me saying, oh, I wish I had chosen otherwise. It's just, who would that resorty be? I mean, he wouldn't be a resorty, certainly. And I think because I have these clear signal moments where I could have chosen a different life, I want to know about those different lives. I want to know about the kind of, the kind of things that I could have been, the kind of things other people could be. When you visit, you'll tell a tale of going to a monastery in Nepal and then escaping from it. Cyber Oracle, you should write a book. That sounds amazing. Absolutely amazing. Marine Resorty broke your brain? Yeah, mine too. I think this is part of why when people ask what would things have been like if you did the otherwise, I just can't understand what that question really means. Because I'd be such a I wouldn't be myself, right? And so how would I make a judgment about what that life would be if I don't have access to what that life is? I don't know. The Resorty Cinematic Multiverse. Yeah, this is a problem with having, like, played video games in my youth. I often have, not anymore, when I was a little younger, I often had a feeling of, oh, I'll have to try that on the next save file. That's the problem, right? We don't get the next save file. Yeah, I wish we did, right? I don't think I'm down for immortality of the fullest sort, but I wish I had a machine that could show me, what would that other life have been like? And I don't think I'd ever say, like, oh, I prefer that life, because, again, I am who I am, and it's very hard to judge these things differently, but I just wonder. I just wonder what it would have led to. Yeah. A few quick saves would be nice. Yeah. That machine made me creative writing. I like that answer very much, Francis. Yeah, I've actually never sat... I don't know. I can definitely do that about someone else, right? I could write a story about someone who has a childhood similar to mine and then goes and becomes a Marine and what their life is like. But that feels so importantly distant from what would have actually happened to me. Maybe. I don't know. The kind of creative writing I do is just not that, unfortunately. But I do like that idea very much. And I'll need to think very, very hard about, can I get access to some of that via creative writing? That's what I'm talking about, though, for sure. Yeah. I recognize, like, this is a very, like, standard human desire. If I only, asked her out, if I'd only chosen to go to this college, not that college, etc., etc. But yeah, I just wonder. Which would I write be based on life I actually have? Exactly, I guess. Like, I recognize, like, had I not gone to grad school, I never would have met Noms. And, like, Noms obviously the most important relation in my life. So who would I be without having met Noms at all? This question makes no sense. I wouldn't be myself, right? But it's possible I just don't have enough, like, creative juices to tell that story well. Maybe it's I'll try it and see what happens. Is that the butterfly effect? Yeah, one very small change can change a lot of things. I think at some level I'm only interested in a very selfish version of the butterfly effect. I don't go in too much for counterfactuals about the whole world, right? I don't go in too much about, like, if only this battle had gone the other way, what would have happened? Because at some level I can't think the world differently in the past. I hope we think the world differently in the future, like what are our ideals, what are our goals, etc. But yeah, when it comes to butterfly effect, I'm like, no, I'm the important part here. Some branch would be very sad. Yeah, no doubt. There's a branch that almost happened where I didn't go to college, right? There's a branch that almost happened where I lived my life as a store manager for Target, and I wonder if I would have always missed the kind of intellectual life that I saw when I first looked at the college experience. My grandmother often talks about how she wanted to go to college, but then never did so. And she looks back on it and says, what would that have been? What would that have been? Wouldn't have had all you darn kids and grandkids. Yeah, and I think she's very happy with the life she has now. But who knows, of course. Yeah, it's hard to say. A resorty who plays Dance's Revolution professionally? Just Dance, thanks. I would definitely be the top Just Dance streamer. We're never doing that again. Have you ever had any video game ideas or concepts? I mean, I think anyone who games has a moment of like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if there were a game that did XYZ? And I think I'm someone who has enough self-doubt that I don't think that any of them are good ideas, right? I don't think any of them are worthy of actually spending time making. Now, maybe at some point I'll have the big idea, but I've just seen so many people who have ideas but no execution, or people whose ideas like are already done, they just don't know about it, or overestimate their knowledge. Like, I want to say that video game development is a real skill, a real talent, a real profession. And for me, as an absolute rank amateur, to say, I know what we should do, not true. Now, of course, there are there are people who are philosophically minded to make great games. The one that comes to mind, of course, is Bennett Foddy with his Getting Over It. And, like, I assume he began with, I want to make a game about failure. And then went from that to, it's a game about a man in a pot, right? And like, this is abstractly described. This is an absolutely ridiculous idea, but I recognize it works very, very well. And yeah, I wonder. Jim, good night, friend. I hope you enjoyed just endless blather today. An hour and a half of hanging out, chats. That's probably enough. Thank you for talking with me. Thank you for welcoming me to the world of conversation today. I said we'd get some video gaming in, though, so we should probably do that. I actually had a moment. Last story for today. I actually had a moment where I said, oh, is this how people become just chatting streamers? Like, they go into the just chatting directory and then they just never, ever stop talking. And they say, I'm going to play a game soon, I swear. I'm going to play a game soon. And they just never, ever do. And over the course of like 3 or 4 hours, they just stand here or sit here and talk about this and that. And their community talks back. And they gradually move away from playing games to instead like sitting and you can see my little bedroom now, and you can see the fun lights on the ceiling. And that's how that happens. I've always wondered how just chatting streamers start. The idea of going into the just chatting directory as a 0 viewer streamer and just talking with no feedback. How on earth do you build a community or a viewership out of that? At least with a video game streamer starting out, you have the video game to amuse yourself. But yeah, I'm actually like really impressed by anyone who could build a community out of just chatting without having a preloaded community from another medium like Twitter, for example, or playing games as well. Not sure. Resorty becomes a React streamer. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I mean, not to speak ill of anything that anybody enjoys, but I do not understand some of the bigger streamers who like put up a YouTube video of Gordon Ramsay's Hell's Kitchen, and the content is like, yeah, that's right, Gordon. Now, I don't know. Maybe I'm underplaying the medium. Maybe I just miss or don't understand what comes out of it, but I don't know. I don't know, man. Why would anybody watch that? Now, if you care about the person, and some of you I know care about me in some respects, thank you for that. Maybe my reaction and smile and frustration and so on would be compelling, but I don't know. It feels like I don't use the word parasitic or like parasocial, but I just don't get reaction streamers. Now, again, like a one-time thing, like, hey, Resorty, I found this awesome video about the biggest mountain in the world. Let's watch it and talk about it. Totally get that. But the idea of just, like, watching a TV show together and, again, like, just laughing. Not for me, unfortunately. You don't get it either? Yeah, oh, yeah, people make fun of the videos. Yeah, I mean, I try very hard not to be a mean stream, right? Mean stream? We're meme stream, not a mean stream. But yeah, people who are like actually antagonistic towards other people on stream, I don't get it. Like, I understand if you're doing a politics stream and you want to talk about like this tax policy is cruel, fine, whatever. But if it's someone like, I don't know, like trying to learn how to skateboard and they fall over a bunch and like, yeah. I know for a while there was a just chatting habit of like streamers watching other streamers and like sending their community over to say mean things. Like, oh, we're watching you and you're a big dumb. I'm sure I said exactly that because that's how people on chat on Twitch talk. But it was a period I'm glad we've gotten past. And I'm really glad we never had that kind of thing happen. That happened with Dolphin Chemist. A friend of the channel, Dolphin Chemist, had a big old hate raid one time, and I think it was very upsetting for him. It was really upsetting for him. He's a good guy, right? And he often has a great vibe. And just to have someone like respond to his content that way, It threw him off, I think. That was years ago, though. But, alright. That's enough talking about good old, what's it called? Good old just chatting. Except, that if possible, you are right? We can avoid the copyright claim by responding with fair use. When I put Jordan Ramsey on, I am offering the critique. So then I go, ha-ha, transforms it. There's no way this defense works. There's no possible way just laughing at something is critique. And so, no, fair use would not be a successful defense there. I'm not an attorney. I believe it's the case, though. But, no, I think a lot of streamers on Twitch are kind of fast and loose with copyright. As I said before, if at some point the video game developers decide that broadcasting games you own is a violation of their copyright, goodbye to me, goodbye to Twitch, goodbye to all of it. Nintendo has done that at certain points, right? Nintendo has had certain moments where they do not want people streaming the game because they believe it would be detrimental to their profits. People won't buy the game, but just watch it instead. Now, there's lots of good evidence that Twitch often harps on about that watching games will also encourage people to buy them themselves. If you see a streamer having fun, you'll have fun too. This may be less the case with story games because you're not going to be surprised by the story. You're not going to be surprised by what's going on. And so you won't be compelled to play it. With strategy games, certainly, your playthrough experience will be so different than mine. And so it does sell more copies, I do believe. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Fair use doesn't exist. I'm not sure what you mean, Dogberry. I mean, I know it's a defense, not a preemptive claim. But definitely in my, what's it called? Definitely in my classrooms. Like, I definitely, copy 10 pages out of a giant book. And I understand it's a fair use for education. You're not allowed to give them the whole book for free, but up to, I think, 10% of a finished work is allowed. That's how it goes. Klaus, you never buy a game unless you've seen it streamed. Yeah, I think I'm that way now also. Yeah, for so long time, I'd just read reviews, and then I'd read Steam reviews. And then now that I'm a streamer, I'd go watch other streams and say, oh, okay, here's how the actual mechanics work. Here's how the game actually plays out. As opposed to, just the promotional literature that shows you the most beautiful graphics, and then it ends up being some kind of very clunky, awful game. Yeah, I think more access to knowledge is good, as always. You've tried to avoid learning too much about copyright law, obsession with endemic on the internet. Yeah, Elias, I absolutely agree with you. I mean, I think once upon a time on the internet, everything was free, and knowledge wants to be free, etc., etc., so just spread things absolutely everywhere. And I'm very sympathetic to that about intellectual copyright. I understand the arguments that way. But with that said, I think that streamers worry about issues like fair use because it does mean the stream might just go away. Now, with that said, I don't generally play copyrighted music or non-fair use music. DMCA, what's the word for it? Not DMCA free, but Creative Commons, I think is the word for it. I don't normally play videos that I'm not creating myself, etc., etc. So we're in the clear as long as Paradox doesn't suddenly say, no more streaming CK3, and then we weep. But yeah, this whole business of finding a way to create video content over video games is completely untested in court. I'm sure there'll eventually be a court case on it, and gosh, I sure do hope they decide that this is a modified work of the art that is acceptable use. But if not, got some problems. Got some problems. I think especially for streamers who do not say anything, people who just silently play a game may not be transforming the work sufficiently for fair use defense, but I don't know. All right, that's a big topic we talk about over and over again, but let me go ahead and push this button. For the first time today, can you believe it? We've escaped the endless attraction, the endless draw of the Just Chatting directory. We'll pull up Anno 1800, etc., etc., and I believe the drops are on. I think today is the last day in which you can win drops by watching this game right here. And I think I've already gotten all the ones I can get. But if you're someone who has not gotten them yet, I hope you're able to get them real soon. Hey Rube! Wait, isn't Hey Rube a call that's used in like carnivals to indicate between carnies that there's trouble ahead? Hey Rube! Thank you very much for the generous 200 bits. Let's have fun while it lasts. Absolutely. We are here as long as we're here, and I'm glad that we're able to be here together. Unless you mean, like, Twitch is shutting down, in which case, heartbreak. That'd be no good for us. A dang newbie! Thank you for the resubscription. I think I saw you playing Auction Not Included recently, yeah? Or do you know dang newbie? Friend of the channel for a long time. Real good person, really kind, plays a lot of games like we do. I believe we met dang newbie initially when he was playing RimWorld. And then also plays, Oni now, I think. And so if you want to see someone learning Oni and talking their way through it, dang newbie's definitely a pretty cool person. Let me go ahead and give you the little shout out here, because I think my mods are busy. Dang newbie. Haha! Very glad to see that the Twitch API is working again. You'll recall that yesterday the shout out command showed that people are playing Twitch API is down, which is the worst of all possible games. You've been playing it, got on Steam sale? Awesome. I hope it's a lot of fun for sure. I gotta say, this spring Steam sale has been so much fun. I think a lot of people picked up a bunch of new games that are super fun, super interesting, and definitely, it's been some nice games for us. Excited to have gotten Anno, got the CK6, we'll play eventually. We'll see. MJ, how's it going? Alright, no more talking, only button pushing. Welcome, friends, the continuing adventures of Barnaby Smudge, he of the mighty mutton chops. Yesterday we made some absolutely huge progress. Things are good in the world of our empire, our kingdom, our company, I think it's a company of all things. And there's a lot to do, and a lot's confusing. But yesterday we unlocked expeditions, which are my favorite part of the game so far. We can send our little sailing ships off to have story missions and get mighty treasures that we can then bring home to impress the people where we live. And so I would like to do more of that today, hopefully. Before any of that, though, I'd like to turn on the volume slightly on the characters speaking. I listened back to yesterday's VOD, and the characters were louder than they should be, which is why I was like often getting kind of stuck on, is it my time to talk or no? We'll go down there and see how it goes. Okay, that's the reset button. Fascinating. So in so many menus in this game, you have to push accept. If you leave the menu in any other way, it does not save. And so I nearly pushed that button, but that's the reset button. So instead we can go back. And hopefully I did it for us, we'll see. Lately I sent a ship to the New World to explore and pick up a condor. I think you're right about that. I think you're absolutely right about that. Yesterday, I also watched, or this morning rather. When was it? Okay, so Cringer streams in the morning US time. Last night before bed, I watched Cringer play this game a little bit, and he offered a tip in passing that blew my mind, which is he believes it is not possible to have income if you do not have extra people of all of the classes. So I've been trying very hard to reach like parity, where we have exactly as many people as there are jobs. So we have maximum employment, modern monetary theory here. But no, he actually suggests it's good to have a whole bunch of extra people just kind of sitting around. And so I'm going to add in additional houses over here in our little new suburb and see if we can once again fix the economy. But as you see, it is wildly swinging from side to side. Yesterday we were plus 2,000 on money for a while, but that was primarily because we had propagandized heavily, and our people began to get a little cranky about all the propaganda. So today I'm going to try very hard not to do any propaganda at all, though part of that is ensuring that the newspaper man only publishes worthy things. So in just a moment we will be positive again, though as you see we are still hemorrhaging cash relatively badly. Something else I want to do today is I want to move all of the ugly things off of the big island. You'll recall that in the current status here, we have 61 points of vulgarity and 65 points of pollution. And the pollution does not come from mining the iron, it only comes from preparing the iron into other kinds of things. And yeah, so if we can get rid of this 126 points of vulgarity and pollution, we move up a whole another level past the fair city to, I don't know, the great city maybe, or the not half bad city. And that'd be great. I'd love to have that happen. So that's the big goal for today. Will I actually get it done? Gosh, I doubt it. Doesn't capitalism need a reserve army that employed? That is Marx's claim, yes, to keep competition for wages endlessly going and to prepare for further expansion of industry, as always. Out here, there are plenty of undeveloped territories, so we'll go ahead and develop them on up also. Cool. And we're going to put a pub and a marketplace up here, I suspect, very, very soon. Huh. I doubt that connects. I think the bridges probably only connect from the front, and this little road on the side is absolutely nothing for us, but it looks nice for sure. So you all hear, we've been seeing for a while that more fish are needed. It's just barely climbing up. The pub's actually good here. But yeah, fish are in a bit of an issue. So, we go over here to our fishville. We still have open shoreline for more and more fish. Eventually I'll probably have to make a fish farming island, a fishing island, and then ship the fishing back home. That area is not usable. Oh, they can float. Huh. Okay. If I were to throw my fishery out in the middle here... Okay. I think the,
Sleepy and very helpful.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Anyway, 28 seconds for Willie. Willie offers a destruction quest. Look into my eyes, you're feeling sleepy and helpful. He wants me to go destroy something, and he will give me an epic billboard. Pubs, variety theaters, and cinemas throughout the whole city, I believe, have less maintenance cost and more attractiveness. It's worth 179,000 money. 5 seconds left. Heck yes, let's do it.
Not as scary as you thought, eh?
Okay. We must go destroy one frigate. Really? Hundreds and hundreds of money for one frigate? That is crazy. And there it is. Yeah, I think occasionally the quests are really unbalanced between what they ask of us and what they give us. So, we created a fleet a long time ago that no longer has any of our military ships in it. Eastmouth. This is a new island we just took over in the old world because it has nitrite in it. We have quite a few islands now. I'm enjoying that. But let's go ahead and create a new fleet. So how do I clear a fleet maybe? It's empty slot now, so right-clicking removes it. Good to know. So in this fleet is going to be the gunship Peacebringer and our 2 gunboats. The Sir Meow is my flagship. We'll add that also. The Fear. I just built a new giant ship. We need to name the Fear something new and better. Cool. And so all of you become our main fleet now. Now, it's absolutely absurd for us to use all these against one frigate. It'll be fun to watch what happens. Destroy, destroy. Okay, our big ship of the line so far are called Peacebringer. And I believe I have one other one in the New World right now. Is that true? The Defiance of Clipper. So all of our Clipper ships, our trade ships, are named after Star Trek fleet ships. I thought I had one more big ship. Ah, it's here on this pirate hunt. And done! After weeks of trials and tribulations, the expedition comes home safe. I've discovered pirate bounty, with the dread buccaneers blown out of the water. A search for their sunken wrecks unearths a well-deserved reward. We get a letter of immunity. This makes one ship able to be peaceful, not get destroyed. The oxytophone? All defense turrets are increased in morale, which is health. It also gives a bonus to force. Right now I only have force points from beef, so that is good. And then the exhaust blower for steam ships. We don't have any of those yet. Awesome though. Expedition completed. And with that ship we get back now is called the Stargazer. So we have Stargazer as a ship of the line, and the other one was... Wait, do I only have 2 ships of the line? Stargazer and Fear? I thought I had a third one somewhere. Oh, I think the third one is going back and forth between the 2 main islands here. This one.
Ship under attack.
The Renaissance. Oh, ship under attack. Frigate being destroyed. A little loud. A little loud. Gunboats go boom, boom, boom. The Peacebringer is tanking. Cool. Thanks.
Stations.
I hope we eventually have some like relatively large sea battle. Because now it's just picking off one ship at a time over and over again. But it went very well. Let's go deliver that back to Willie here. We can call it the Voyager, I guess. So I guess we're calling all of our ships Star Trek names now. Though I did like the idea of Peacebringer for a warship. I want more of those names. Yeah. So the Fear, I'm going to call HMS Gentleness, I think. Much, much better. HMS Gentleness. Good. Yeah, I may go ahead and change all the names to ships that are... Oh, you know what? The Stargazer I'm using as an expedition ship. That's why it is called Stargazer. Because it's doing adventure-y things. Right. Let's go ahead and drop off... This new item we just got is from Botanical Garden. I can't make those yet. It's an attractive yellow lotus. Neat. And then... Maybe we should go ahead and do one more expedition straight away. We currently have a Pirate Hunter, Pirate Hunt, both 2 skulls. I've never done a 2-skull mission. Let's read about them and see. Pesky pirates terrorize in the area. Need force, need naval power, need hunting too. The other one here... Naval power, force, navigation. Unfortunately, my beloved Gorton's Fisherman died, and so we no longer have anyone who does navigation. However, if you missed it yesterday, we ended up hiring a bunch of people, including a punctilious physician. Gives bonus to healing range and medicine and diplomacy. And I thought I had some other, like, mordant conservative, they were called. Possibly on one of our ships still. Or maybe I actually didn't hire them. Maybe they're in the New World. Yeah, I must not have hired that person. Okay, I remember that the ship here, the Defiant, is existing to get these islands populated. I want this island here populated because it has cotton. I need cotton to make fancy clothes back home. So this ship here is going to pick up items from this trading post, which I dropped off previously, that allows us to populate additional islands. That'll be good. I feel like I spent the past like 20 minutes just talking through what on earth I've done previously. Alright, so give me wood. I think I need to leave some wood. We'll move just 20 for now.
Greetings, fellow wizard. Pray.
No quest. Oh, turn in the quest. Shoot. I refused a quest. Turn in. Can I fix that? Oh boy. Hopefully I didn't refuse the quest forever. We'll see. So the Defiant now goes to the new island down here and gets set up there hopefully soon enough. Now back to the other world.
Fleet awaiting orders.
That's Willie's ship there. I do want to turn it in, thank you.
Talent is already rubbing off on you.
So a bunch of money, and then also La Condesa del Amor, etc. And I'll leave that in my item pile for right now. Fine. The way you get people in this game primarily is by going and buying them at the prison. And, oh! My first time ever seeing an Eptic character. Optometrist Otto. Spectacle factories make more glass, I guess? Or can hold more glass, not sure which one. It costs double the money I have right now to get this person. Plus 40 crafting, plus 20 medicine, amazing. There's then a sergeant, which gives bonus force. A scammer. Every time passive trade happens at a trading post, a chance to tax 500 bonus coins. Or a shipper. Okay, I'm gonna go buy the sergeant to give us more force. And none of these people equip on ships. Expert planter also. Oh, man, I want to buy all these people. Once again, I swear we're not doing slavery. And yet, I want to buy all the people. Okay, I'm going to have the Stargazer come over here and pick up a person. Now, we fixed our hemorrhaging cash by about half so far. And I feel like we need to do a tiny little bit more. So can we figure out what we're gaining money on, what we're losing money on? I have no idea. I want to buy them all to set them free. That's right. I'm freeing them from servitude in the prison and moving to the freedom of me. If I find an endowed chair, am I buying a person? In some measure, yes. I've definitely seen donors pull back their money when the professor starts writing things they don't like. But, okay, the endowed chair in being on my ship. Now, what are these zeros in these characters? Is that how much money they have in the bank? Or how much money they're actually giving me? In which case I'm not making money on literally anywhere in the entire world. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, this is the newspaper. Okay, people are not buying the newspaper maybe. Or are they unable to read? Need more schools, clearly. Okay, here we see who we're making money on. No item effects 73. Okay, that's house by house. And they're asking for those fur coats. We are working on that. Other than that, they want more rum. We started running rum from the main city, or from the New World to our main city. And I wonder, we're not bringing in enough right now. Yeah, there's no rum here at all.
My roots crisscross the...
Okay, I want to fix that first. So on the rum trade route, that's not it. On the rum trade route, there are problems. We are... shoot. The problem is that I forgot to drop off these items I loaded up earlier. Or something. Or something. Oh, trade routes. To the New World. You are building this to get me cotton. Awesome. And then over here, which is our main island in the New World. Okay, the ship line here needs to dump the timber and the bricks and such.
While the moon lights the river.
It is full on timber. It is full on bricks, so it can't do so.
More than ready.
So I want to actually drop it off somewhere else. Oh, I can just throw it in the water and have some other ship come get it. So right click, right click, right click. It can now pick things up again. Good. Our little ship here, the Defiant, will come up and help. Hey, Champy, can I give a tip about the amount I'm sending between the New World and the Old World capital? Oh, sure. I think at this point it was just not moving things because the ship's hold was totally full. And so I want to modify the route to stop taking wood at all. No wood allowed. Now this ship also, the Renaissance, is still on the world map, I believe. I clicked the ship off. Let's re-add that one. Did I just destroy a ship? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? It's the Renaissance going back and forth. Okay, hopefully that gets it back on correctly. How are we looking on rum here? And can I add more?
There is a time for waiting. It is not now.
Okay, we're totally full on rum here, so I can begin moving quite a bit more rum over. I was worried earlier that we weren't producing enough rum to satisfy the people who lived here, and that concerned me. I want to make sure that my workers have as nice of resources as the people that are serving back home, ideally. So we modify the trade to, I'm actually going to say load a full stack of each of these things, 50 totally, and see how that goes for now. And offload 50 totally also. I'm going to make sure there's a don't send everything over, just so there's resources here for our folks. That'd be good. Try sending 50 to 200 tons each, because the voyage is so long. I totally agree with that. The only issue I have right now is that I'm not producing enough here right now to move 50 to 200. I would love to. We're gradually building our way into that level, just not quite there yet. But yeah, totally agree that more is good. More would be very good, especially on long trips.
Do it now, while the moon lights the river.
Okay, so bananas, I want to make sure we don't send when we have less than 20. And the same with the rum. Rum also. Cool. And then where is the ship I'm sending here? The Defiant is coming. Back to it soon. Where are contraband location of the ships? I think they hide it in the captain's quarters. Maybe back behind here. Contraband everywhere. I may have screwed up the banana trade route. Thank you, Cosmo, for noticing that. Yep, only dropping off 10. Thanks for catching that. It's only 50 because it only holds 50 in a stack. Cool. That'll be good. And we're still waiting for the other ship to get us this map. We'll look again in a little bit. Hopefully figure it out. Still hemorrhaging cash. Getting cotton up will help with that, definitely. So, Cotton Island will be this one. I hope I have some resources here to make this work. So, we begin. This is a big island. This is a really big island. So, I think I'll make this island self-sufficient also, at least for tier 1 stuff, instead of running things back and forth, because neither island is particularly well developed yet. Though maybe I could have one island all bananas and one being all cotton and pearls and such. Eventually coffee also. It's going to be amazing. Alright. The road up to the middle. And then houses are 1 wood each. We have 10 wood. Cool. The lumber mill costs 0 wood. Is that right? Costs nothing to make other than money and workers. The same with the sawmill. So I can just use timber to make houses for right now. Great. So 5 houses. Get started. Yeah. Beachfront fun for y'all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. Same thing here. Awesome. And then we need to have wood here as well. We'll get that going now. I'll make sure it's within range of the pier, which it is. Then a little warehouse, just for now. No, we don't need a warehouse. Little sawmill. Down here. Good. 20 workers needed. Workers need food. That's the issue. Now they market first. For to buy stuff. Do markets cost wood? Please no. Hey, they don't. Good. Hey, they do. Not good. Alright. So, I can run that here from this ship. It picks up off the ground. Lots and lots of wood now to get this one started. So what's this red thing? A terror gunboat. Jean La Fortune. This is someone I've not met before. Huh. I wonder if I need to militarize this area. If the locals are attempting to drive me out.
On our way.
The Defiant is a clipper, so it's not a gunship. I actually don't know if it has guns at all. Does it? Because when I mouse over here, it just says speed and hit points. It does not say damage done. Well, that's no good. Definitely needs gunships then. Where is it? There are pirates out this way.
If you want to get ahead.
Okay, we need to move gunboats here. Oh yeah, maybe a frigate also. One of those.
Stations.
I'm going to keep the General Foreman and the Peacebringer for expeditions. We'll set up an expedition in a moment. I'm going to send the Falcon over. We can load it up with stuff to take to the New World also. We should definitely do that. And I guess I'll make a new frigate also.
She's small, but she's keen.
Okay. How's the island looking? Looking for things we have not made. Hey, we're low on flour again. Good. We're just not producing enough. Huh. There's always probably fucking confusing is why it's not being produced. Probably trouble moving material back and forth. Not enough beer also. Yeah, I think the last thing we did yesterday before ending stream was try to fix the beer. And that has not quite been done yet. And then rum also, we're working on improving that. Okay. So, gunboat. What would the New World like? Probably just some more wood would be awesome. As absolutely I can carry. Never mind. Wood is easy enough to make there. I'm guessing we'll need steel eventually, so we'll take a pile of that over. So you go to La Isla, main place there. And the frigate's being built, we'll build in a moment, or send over in a moment. Okay. Peacebringer gets to go on a mission. And we're going to assign the ship. It has nothing inside of it right now.
On course.
If I add items in, I believe it's the case that it will get more morale, and we'll see how it goes. So for items here, I need hunting ideally. And I don't think I have any of that. But we have the physician. That gives us medicine and diplomacy both as well. But we have to have food. And I know that beef gives even more force. Glass gives hunting? Oh, it does. Only 10 points, though. And that'd be for 50 tons. I only have 3, unfortunately. Not making much extra glass at all. Also very low on beer. I think beer is the problem with the economy. As always. As always. Surely taking beef. Only 40%, man. Let's not send the physician. And if we put a tiny bit of glass on, morale does not change. Do I have anything equipable on a ship? There's only steamships, and I don't have one of those. Yeah, I'm missing my gunsmith so much. Letter of immunity can be equipped. Makes the ship go peaceful when it's used. That didn't really help at all. Okay, I don't think this ship should go. Yeah, its morale is too low, so no. We're not ready for 2-star missions yet. Maybe someday, but not now. Okay, good to know. Hopefully find more fun expeditions eventually, but not quite yet. The problem with the beer. The problem with the beer was... Let's start at the very beginning of it. We are producing enough wheat, though we're not maximizing that. We're now producing enough flour. Good. That's not part of the beer line, though. Wheat becomes malts. We are producing enough barley. We should be asking for more, though. Making enough hops. Not enough beer. Let's try to go around to our various beer-making areas so we can figure this one out. And do I have a brewer character? One second. Wrong. Ruins? Oh, this is what happens if you don't make a marketplace. All of your people abandon the territory.
Awaiting new horizons.
Now, the Defiant will be here very soon to drop items off, and then we can make the city run again. Our second attempt there. The trade issue here is we are probably not making enough soap at home either. Good. Great. Is the other trade ship I'm looking for still on the way, or did I miss it? Are you on the world map? Here, the Renaissance. What is the Renaissance doing? Where is it? That's to join the Navy. This one here, I can't pick yet. So maybe the Renaissance is sitting in the old world, waiting for help. It's just not showing up. I have no idea. Okay. Ignoring all of that, let's just go through and see if we can figure out, like, is there a backup on brewery somewhere? There's a pause button over it. Thank you for noticing that. So it's on the trade page. Did I pause that one somehow? It's just sitting at the high seas waiting for a message. Ah, it is paused. So yeah, it was just sitting at the high seas, I think. Or maybe it's right here now. Thank you, Cosmo, for noticing that. I would have never figured that one out. If we bring up the brewery thing, it will show us where brewing is happening. Okay, so out here's a maltery at 98%. Needs more workers. Those workers are currently making a ship. We need even more workers on standby, though. Brewery right there. 90% production also needs some workers. 98% production should not be causing the problem. I hear a fire's happening. I'm sure it's fine. Huh. Ah, we've found the problem. We've found the problem here. There's no warehouse in range for this beer section. I built all this new brewery area and did not give it a place to drop all his things. It's always very nice when the problems we discover are easily remedied. Cool. Cool.
Darling, bring your Pari's hat.
So it wants 2 more workers. No road. Did I actually build up here and never connect it to the main grid? That is clearly against the road, yes? Oh, good eye. That's actually not made there. Just missed the corner. Just missed the corner, thank you. They've catching that totally. Hey, Agner, how's it going? There you go. All better. All better. I wonder how I missed that. That should fix the beer problem. They'll be in good shape again real soon. I got a bunch of farmers. A bunch of extra farmers. I don't want to go to 0 farmers. I do want to go up 60 though, at least. So, some promotions. Now, if I'm going to be making more sausage, which seems like the next correct goal, I should put it on the new big island here. Is this one here? Yes, Eastmouth we took recently because of nitrite. We took this little island also. No, we didn't. Thought we took a few islands. Well, trade mode, we could see that. No, we just took Eastmouth, the big island here. And so, I think I want to make this big island our filth island. Though with it being so big, I feel like it's a very sad thing to do. Like, it could be a lovely place for lovely people as well. But here we have iron and coal and zinc and copper and limestone too. Maybe we could avoid having all of nature destroyed and just try very, very hard to make this place nice enough. Though I reckon I'll be putting a bunch of pollution here. Filth Island indeed is what we're going for. Do you have things here to build with? You got 10 wood. Enough to get some basic houses. Here we go again. Yeah, one of my pollution and my pig farms here ideally. If I can do that, it'll all be perfectly good.
Workforce shortage.
Give me more workers. Create more workers. We're going to need a fishery, which in cost wood also. Thank you for reminding me we need 10 wood for making the marketplace. And I only have 10 wood. So, alright, I build 2 of them. Will they get to work fast enough to build a marketplace, letting you bring in more? Let's see if this is doable. Or do they not move in at all? They will not move in at all with no road. Okay. Video game. Alright, so clearly we're going to need to just move some more wood here.
There aren't enough of us.
Because people will not move out of marketplace. Fine. In the new world, we have a problem here. Right. Happily, this ship arrived to drop off all this fine junk, and now we can actually build here. Cool. So marketplace online. We then go through and repair all these buildings, which does consume 1 wood each. Better not to have them destroyed. Great. Okay. We need to get some bananas from to eat next. I have 20 bricks. We'll go ahead and pave the main road once we can pave. I've yet to level up any of the houses here in the new world. I don't even know what happens next. How many islands do I have now? Heck of a question. Probably too many. I definitely took over some small islands in the first world. They're probably not super important. Ship constructed. That's the frigate I'm sending to the new world.
You can rely on us.
Called the Mackerel currently. No. It's going to be known as the HMS. We're loyal to a queen. I don't remember her name, though. It's called the HMS Queenie. Great name. Daigle, it's good seeing you again. You said yesterday when you were leaving that a student had a PhD defense. How'd that go? Did you get to call that student doctor afterwards? The happiest of all possible possibilities? Or do you call them Mr. Revise and Resubmit? Minor issue trade route. The HMS Freddie Mercury. Gotta love it, gotta love it.
Sonar reporting.
I went away from the trading spot. Hey, Kurzov, how's it going? I think the only time I want to speed up the game is when my ships are moving and I'm waiting for them. An ad is coming in 1 minute, my friends. Nothing important will happen, I promise. Just talking about pig making, probably. To the New World. I'm gonna go ahead and bring coal. I have no idea if coal exists in the New World. It must. And sewing machine's not needed yet. I'll take a pile of fish also. There you go. Good stuff for y'all. Go forth to the New World, please. As a student, you co-advise an oral exam to become PhD candidate. Hope that went well. That's a stressful little issue. I remember my oral defense for the candidacy. It was just a moment of, I understand this much of what I want to do. This much is not enough to really understand. Hopefully no one asked me questions outside of this tiny little area. And they didn't, actually. I was very grateful that my PhD oral exam for candidacy was not abusive. My dissertation defense had some moments, but the candidacy exam was fine. We are completely full on bread, and we're trying to sell it, but nobody wants to buy it right now. We can manually take it somewhere else, but may after a while. Okay. Is the beer thing fixed now? The beer thing is fixed now. Good, good. Change the selling price? Wait, is there a selling price? I don't think I know about this. So, this is a new mechanic. Where are buying and selling prices? Now, this page just says how much to sell when. I'm looking right now for like a market page where I can set prices. You don't know, but every previously Anno had a price and amount. Okay. Those of you who played Anno 1800, do you know if there is a selling price mechanic? Or is the game automatically figured out? Might be the market building. Okay. It's here already. Oh, market building is this kind of thing. That's the pub. Oh, you can't set prices. Ah, okay, thank you. Unfortunately, I can't. Yeah, the price of bread is the price of bread. We have a bread cartel going on now. Yeah, pub market, all the same thing. You can buy food, you can buy booze. What more do you want? Okay. So, I believe rum was a question earlier. Have we fixed the rum intake? Certainly not. Bring us more rum. Alright. This is the rum trade route. This ship is the important ship. It is still low down with lots of junk, but it is moving rum back and forth. We need to move more rum back and forth because it's such a slow movement. So I'm going to head back to the New World, because while we're hemorrhaging cash, it's not the end of the world amounts. And so let's go ahead and kick up the amount of rum we're making here. Ruins again. Oh yeah! Remember the part where I said I'm going to pay very close attention so I can fix this thing? Nope. Nope. Okay. This is back on the main map again. So, hello.
Awaiting new horizons.
The Voyager is supposed to be out expeditioning, but we're afraid of expeditions right now. So I'll use the Voyager just to move a bundle of wood and a bundle of fish on over. Cool. Voyager, go to new island. I'm very grateful the AI is not attacking my new islands. Actually, the AI has not really attacked me at all. They're kind of ignoring me for the time being. Once more to here. This is the new island. And it is happy and stable, though people want bananas. We're going to make a banana farm. And then we're going to make fried plantains. For that, we need to have the fish oil. And then I'm going to go over and get the rum going. It's because I'm playing the tutorial flashbacks of Vicky 3. You're probably right. You're probably right that I'm learning how to play the game in a bit of a safe sandbox. And so whenever we try the actual sandbox mode, we'll be endlessly destroyed. That's okay. That's okay. Alright. Bring me bananas and such. Number 128. I wonder what that divides by. Well, certainly by 4. And certainly by 8. By 8? Uh-oh. Okay, let's just take the 28 part. Yes, welcome to Math on Stream. Isn't it great? The 28 does divide by 4. And how's it to 20? By 5s, but 5 does not get to 28. By 6s? 6s does not get to 20. It gets to 18, and then to 24, and then to 30. I think 4... 7, actually? Wait, 7 gets 28? Oh, because 28 and then 21? Yeah! Thank you, Pharaoh, and this. I appreciate it. The math professor comes through, saves me from my ignorance. Aaron Mithrin, thank you much indeed for the generous resubscription. Thank you also for the great book recommendation earlier today. I really appreciate it a whole bunch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... Happy birthday! Did I go to 8? No, I must not have. It's beautiful. It's beautiful and perfect, and mine now. Are you in range of there? You are. We talked about books earlier. Yeah, Dago, we had like an hour and a half open talk time. And I was talking about my ignorance about Japanese culture. And how I was somewhat intentionally ignorant, but I recognize now I need to learn some more, and so, yeah. Okay, this little rig, I guess called, horse and buggy, can't go across this way, has to be on a road. Good to go, good to go. What's up, Vera? Hello, my friend. This little horsey went wee, 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 all the way to the warehouse. Now, I know I need 5 more workers. I think it's the case, though, that as we begin getting plantains, and that requires a plantain factory, as we begin getting towards plantains, more people will move in. Now, will 30 more people move in? So I think previously I didn't really wait here. Instead, I was... like saying, oh, okay, we're low on people, build more houses, build more houses, build more houses. And then we were endlessly spiraling up on demands. So I'm going to give it a moment and see if it's able to kickstart itself. That'd be good. Okay. At Eastmouth, y'all are dropping off those. With that wood, we can now get our basic marketplace going here also. Again, this is ultimately the Filth Island.
We need more farmhands.
I'm gonna load La Isla Condor onto a rum convoy. Probably. If that's a comment on the forum, Resorty, you've forgotten what you were doing? Heck yes, I did. Oh, boy. Let's continue along a little bit there. We want on this side also. Cool. We have one too few spots here for another house, correct? Or one extra, rather. So what I'm going to do is make a little park right at the midpoint of this,
Workforce shortage.
this block. That is there. One mighty statue already. To remind them who's boss here. And a little bench to sit and appreciate the boss. And we'll throw up a couple of trees. The trees really can't go in the small areas. You must need to have more open space around the trees to grow and be happy. But we'll have a little well on the side. And then some nice decorated grass along the way. Cool, it's good. So the Isla Condor was a question. Let's go look at that one and figure out what it is. This is La Orchella. It is desiring more workers, more workers. More food, more food.
We're not going far without more hands.
Okay, I thought it might kickstart itself plus 30, or past 30, but it just has not happened. So I think we need to build at least a few more houses to get kickstarted. Quick spot. To the rum planet again. That's right, the rum planet. There's a pirate ship right off the coast here. I only have the Defiant here. Eventually, there should be other ones coming eventually. Now, did I make more rum or only talk about making more rum? I believe I only talked about it.
Do not turn your back on this fight.
As of right now, there is still a full stack of rum. So, I'm going to modify the trade route again. To pick up even more rum. And I'm considering just like piling up stupid amounts. Wrong place. Though I recognize that right now can only hold 50. And so there will never be a moment of we can pick up 100 in a single time. I'd love there like a button that would take you to where it is. I think it's the same as on the world map right now. And I'm fairly sure we cannot dump on the world map. Understood like of 10? Did I actually not fix that? That's crazy. Oh, can I zoom in and see which one's which? Alright, the Renaissance is the one to dump things. I cannot select it. Fine. Okay. Back to the New World. Trade routes. Yeah, I keep doing this. Hello, UX designers. Please don't do this. Please make it so if a person does something and then pushes the escape key, it saves it. I don't know why I want that. I understand like escape means get out of here, and it's kind of agnostic on the question of what should be done with it. But I think it's because in so many other strategy games, when you make a change then leave a menu, it sticks the change. You like the escape doesn't change anything. Yeah, I don't know why I prefer it changing stuff. It may just be a habit of how I play these things. You have enter key for that. Yeah, unfortunately enter does nothing. Yeah, I'm totally cool except I think it might be because in RimWorld. Yeah, it might be because in RimWorld, when I make a change, I can push escape and things stay how it is. Now, I don't know what's common. I don't know in strategy games if it's common to have escape means you throw away your changes. Yeah, I don't know. You know, a way to easily say a change of mind over everything. So the cancel button, I think, says that to me, right? The cancel button says undo what I've done. It's a question entirely of when you close the menu, does the
Sadness.
does the change stick or go? Shortcut for cancel escape. All right, granted. Granted. I just need to really like think about what I'm doing, for sure. We need to get more soap production. We were talking about that earlier. We'll do that soon. I mean, if the enter key did, it'd be good. You can't use WSD to move an Anno, so I actually modified that. I did change the game settings, so I am using WSD for movements. And I know I got rid of some shortcuts by doing that, but don't care. WSD is the way to do it. Otherwise, I gotta reach across myself while streaming, and that feels so bad. Like, I recognize I could move my keyboard over to the left, but no, the keyboard goes here. So yeah, changing the keybind is definitely the way to go for me.
It's hard to get ships.
Okay, I would like to make one of those storage depots that allows me to keep more stuff here. I think it might be a level 2 building though, unfortunately. Sailing shipyard. Oh, can you make stuff here with level 1 characters that you can't at the main base? Because depot requires level 2 in the main base, I think, or main map. Look at that! More storage, more good! So we can now hold quite a bit more rum. Let's do that again. So much rum. Cool. So this place is in fact positive on rum, yes? 4 currently. Now, I see it's not maxed out on productivity. It's at 39%. It is increasing though. Possibly the reason why it was down into Ring of Fire is because there was no output location. That seems really good. With that change made, I'm just going to ignore pearls. Requires fertility. This island. Hello. Are you having thoughts about landing on my island? Oh, the condor. Yes, the condor, thank you. There's a condor sitting here, which I need to get onto a ship.
Do it now, while the moon lights the river.
So we can go into the zoo. But how do I ensure it gets picked up? Wait, can I ask the trade ship to pick it up and then it ruins the setup? That's okay. So, pick up. No, I don't think it's a trade route up of item movement. I think you have to manually do that. Now, I could just have the Defiant move it back, but I want to leave at least one ship in the New World. Okay, so this new place is Filth Island, right? So I want to get this to being the level of Filth Island. As of right now, wrong world. This game. So those of you who've like learned this game well, at what point did you stop having the feeling I'm having right now? Which is the feeling of everything is spinning out of control. And like, actually it's fine. Like we are in fact positive on money right now. Like, we're not going to lose the playthrough. It's just always the feeling of I cannot think all of the thoughts at once. And I don't think I have this problem in Oni. I don't think I have this problem in Factorio. Because I think largely when things are working okay, it is like set it and forget it regularly. It's just when I try to expand it all that not just as one thing to get changed, but everything simultaneously needs to be changed. Okay, the princess actually dislikes me quite a bit right now. Anno is always a feeling of spinning plates. Okay, cool. So yeah, her relationship is dropping fairly quick. We're still peaceful.
Is this feeling disgrace?
Oh! With a medium-high chance of Success. She didn't like it. Here, have some money.
I'm grateful for your faith in my
We
business.
gotta make her like us. We actually are stronger than her, so she probably wouldn't attack us. But I want to stay at peace with absolutely everybody if possible. Alright. Filthville. Doesn't want anything right now. Next thing, it will want clothes. So clothes do not create pollution, so I can continue making them on the main place here. As of right now, we are not making extra clothing. In fact, we're negative, but that negative amount is being taken to Pepper Please and Orville, I believe. I'm changing to my Eastmouth, just so I don't forget. You can't change it here, can you? Hello, Klaus, how's it going? Alright, so if I go down to Eastmouth here, it's going to be Filthville, because where all the awful sins of our territory will live forever. Fair settlement. It's not fair that people live there, but good enough. Clothing. I know that I have a clothing making area up here, which has a trade union with powered looms that makes cloth more productive. Right. So I want to make another one of these framework knitteries. We copy one of you, and that is still in range of the trade union. And move all three of these down just one step. Spoiler, fairies are very powerful. I don't think I've seen fairies yet. I don't really know much about fairies. Insert joke about, like, little Tinkerbell fairies, as if I misunderstood the word here. Okay, with two more of those, I assume we need to get... Yeah, we need to have more wool. And so... I think I may have an item that'll increase wool production. The Plowman. Potato farms, hop farms, and hacienda potato farms. I should use them eventually. Windows. The kitchens. Less workforce needed in the kitchens. Yeah, I want to use all these people. Distilleries and breweries also. Cheaper breweries. That would be good, wouldn't it? That would be very good indeed. So no one does what I'm looking for right now, exactly.
Something's missing.
Okay, yeah. So as of right now, it does not exactly matter where I put the potato such and so. Potato, wool, sheep, good. And sheep do not need fertility, I think. More farming, more good. We'll just run two of them for now. These need three? Yes. 1, 2, 3. Here again. 1, 2, 3. Still plenty of workers. Everything is good. Still positive on cash. Can you believe it? These warnings here. I have too much bread still. Bread is liked by workers. We have some workers here. We will have a bunch of workers on the other island too. Before too long, I should probably make a bread delivery vehicle. And this is full of bread. Okay, I need to find a way to get more bread going soon. Hello! Perfect. I accept. We're not in trouble for too much propaganda this day. Hey, Luke, how's it going? You're a noob and just lost the game. You went bankrupt. I'm so sorry to hear that. Do you want a tip on how to avoid bankruptcy in the future? Or you want to get on the horse yourself again and see how it goes? People in chat gave me one really good tip for early game avoiding bankruptcy. Sir Moose, thanks for being here, my friend. Hope you're having a lovely day. Tips, please. Okay, so I don't know if this is true in the sandbox mode, but at least in the quest mode, Sir Archibald here will buy any ships you make. You just need to run the ship over into his territory and click this little button here to sell ship. And so I don't know if all ships are productive, like hugely valuable, but at least the frigates, I think, sell for 10,000 or so. And so if you can be pushing out a ship, it's a quick infusion of money over and over. Also, the prison, which is, at least in this map, right over here, buys soap for so much money. It's absolutely crazy. And so very early on, I think maybe like 50 soap or so, gives you like 14,000 money. It's just crazy money early game, and I love it. Moose, that's very sweet of you. Yeah, I mean, I'm someone who really enjoys exploring games myself, and if someone just says, do this, do that, do the other thing, I often get a little bit sad, because I don't have a chance of exploring the game myself. And so yeah, I try to share tips with people who want them, and not force them on people who are just here to watch me play the game and see what they can glean that way. But Moose, thank you for being here. It's very nice of you. People say nice things. Nice things are nice. What on earth are we working on? Alright, positive on cash no more. What were we working on recently? Many, many things. I think you are correct about that. Alright, definitely part of it was this little piggy. I worry we may not be producing enough soap. We are producing exactly enough soap for this place. And we do have enough beer now. Great. I was running on clothes for Filth Island. Thank you for remembering that. And thank you for calling it Filth Island, which is the correct name for it. So I think we are making enough clothes here now, yes? Yeah, we're making 21. So many clothes your head's gonna spin. Are we selling clothes yet here? Hey, the frigate Queenie has made it to the New World. I sent that frigate there to destroy pirates who would dare go near my trade ships. We'll deal with that in a second. First things first. First things first, I'm going to modify the trade route of the one that's moving clothes around. Cool. I would like it to go to the new island also. And again, I want it to go to the, not New World. When I say New World, what I mean is Filthville, the new island. I want it to drop off clothes there first. As many as it can. Schnapps would be good also. So I'm going to increase this to carry 40 schnapps. And we'll have to check and see if we can actually match that production there. As of right now, 163 and dropping. So we need to probably increase schnapps. As you see, actually, factually, our second island on the left-hand side is going to has no schnapps. So it's all being consumed at Orville there before it gets Pepper Please. So we need to really kick up schnapps production somewhere soon enough. Okay. I'd like to unload everything initially. Now that seems dumb. Actually seems dumb. Let's unload 20 instead, which is half what we have. So we can still share some with the others. Now, if I look at the other two islands. Okay, the other two islands actually don't need any clothes right now. They're not full, but they're close to it. So it's going to run out at Orville once I drop these to 10 each. And I think that's a lot better. Now we have to remember to push the escape button. No, the accept button, not the escape button, to save this. Okay, so 40 goes in, 20, 10, 10 go out. It'll be correctly neutral. At the very end, it goes to Pepper Please and picks up the beef and peppers. Now, I see also it's going on kind of a weird trip here. Doing 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess it's okay. Maybe faster to go to 1, 2, 4, 3, which say 3, 4. If we do that, we're not going to have ability to pick up the peppers. We'll still be carrying some schnapps and such. So that seems like a good idea. I accept. Taylor, do you have a trade route suggestion? Bring it. What you got, my friend? Tell me some suggestions. For sure. Okay, as of right now, all of our trees are functional. Awesome. The one thing I want to do... Oh! I zoomed in quite a bit, but I thought that ship was absolutely ginormous. I mean, it is quite ginormous anyway, but... we'll come back in a moment. But there is a new ship here. Okay, so the Queenie and the Falcon are both here just to bring additional items.
We'll pack there in no time.
And then to, like, make some kind of defensive fleet for us.
Frigate first class.
Lots of items for you all. Enjoy. I don't know if the fish being brought here is actually helpful, or if the New World locals only want to eat their plantains. Maybe they're allergic to fish. Okay, so you three together are now a fleet.
Sails.
Okay, it didn't quite work. I was hoping if I clicked the one here, that all three would go in. Let's try it again. There we go. So we now have a New World defense fleet. And I kind of want to go pirate hunting, but that might be a very stupid idea. So we'll just post up here for now. Okay. I may need to change names from what I'm doing, but I know that this is caught in place. So this is currently stable. They have food, their needs are met. They want rum! Okay, I know that I'm producing sufficient rum on this one that we are filling up even with trade ships coming through and taking some. So, where's the fleet going?
Bold new expedition.
Oh, I think the fleet is trying to unify itself to go pick up the other ship that's missing, and then they'll chug this way together. It seems nice. Get a little hand-holding fun should be good. I also know I can set up patrol routes. I haven't done that yet. Don't know how it works at all. Maybe good to patrol between our different islands to keep the pirates at bay. What I was thinking, though, is I want to have this fleet maybe be rum runners, but in they're very, very slow. It could be better to just use the Defiant by itself for that purpose. So I'm going to go ahead and remake the fleets here, where the Falcon and the Queenie are this. And then the Defiant's going to be used just to run rum from here to this island in particular. Wait a second. What's that shenanigans over there? Is a battle occurring at my territory? Okay, it's a schooner that belongs to our friend here, who's just avoiding a frigate, the Conqueror. Not our ships, good. We probably got a pop-up that said, your ship during combat, if we're to get that. Hey, tell us, if I share cargo slots with different items, it's easy to run into a situation where one good is stuck in the hold if a port gets full. Instead, I should move to a 4-slot trade ship and dedicate one cargo to one slot. Okay, I think you're referring to this trade route where I'm picking up all sorts of schnapps and clothes and then dumping them all before we get to the red peppers and such. So, as of right now, it's okay. But I think you're absolutely right to say that when Island 4 becomes full on clothes, then we won't be able to keep this route going. So I definitely see the appeal of moving to a clipper on that. That's a problem for future Resorty. I agree with you. It's a good suggestion. I love it. Future Resorty will deal with it. I promise. Hey, Brevok, thanks for the follow. How's it going? And Blood God, good seeing you. You're terrible at these games. I bet if you get some time and worked on it and thought about it, you would definitely be able to enjoy these games. I think Anno is definitely a game that's worth learning and worth playing with. Okay, I talked about making a trade route to move rum, and I didn't actually do that. So, trade route between you and you. And that pirate ship's concerning me. So I'm going to have this trade route be the Falcon, which is a gunship, and the Queenie is the frigate. I think frigates can defend themselves, though, can't they? No. Instead, the clipper I sent here, which is called... I probably need to pick lamer names. Is it the Voyager? The Voyager's in the old world, so no, it's not it. The Defiant. Okay, so the Defiant and the Falcon. Falcon's kind of slow, though. Let's just send the Defiant. It does have military strength, I think. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. I set the Falcon for a reason. We'll use the Falcon, too. Okay. So... Clippers don't shoot at all. Maybe they outrun the enemy instead. That'd be cool if so. For now, though, rum goes from this island to... Nope, wrong island. I misclicked. I noticed that before I was setting it up. To this island instead. Good. We pick up rum. We pick up... Where is that? Where are you, Rum? Why are you hiding from me? It's a cask. Oh, I'm on the old world side. It would never show there at all. There it is. For now, I'm just going to move 10 at a time. And we're going to unload it here. Eventually, this will have cotton. When it does, I'll run cotton back. But not yet. Awesome. Hey, Mike. I mentioned the pressure of being on top of so many warns at the same time in this game. As long as I have minimal fire coverage, I can mostly not sweat those. Oh, so you're saying that many of the alerts don't really matter as long as your cities are not all burning down. That makes a good deal of sense to me, for sure, for sure. Here I'm going to set up to sell wood to those who want it. Sell one above 50 or so. Now, as you mentioned, as long as they have minimal fire coverage, I think in the new world I have not built enough fire stations. So, good thought for sure. Also, I wish that the fire stations here looked somewhat different. Like there was like a new world fire station type instead of the same old thing as the old world. Maybe the idea of having professional firefighters, though, is a novel development here. And one can imagine in the new world, instead of just people cooperating to avoid things burning down. Paul Harvey, good night, my friend. Thanks for stopping in. Hope work goes well. Good to see you as always.
You should go sit in the shade.
All right. I want to make sure that there's a minimum rum here. There is. Good. So that fixed the need for rum here in the long term. Good. Next are ponchos. We're making ponchos on the other place as well. I can add those to the trade route I just created and move both at once, so long as we have a bunch of extra ponchos.
Do not turn your back on this fight.
Yeah. I know I should do quests. I'm having fun working on the economy, though. Oh, so many ponchos. So again, minimum stock of 20 to be careful. And then we're going to move ponchos over as well. So modify this trade route, where we also pick up 10 ponchos. Then we get 10 lefties later also. Drop off the same thing here. Cool. Accept. Okay, while we're dealing with that... Some ships do not possess enough slots to fully support the route. Oh, you know what it's trying to do? What it's trying to do is to have the Falcon pick up items. I want to function not as a trade ship, but instead a protective ship. So I think what I want to do is actually get rid of that and then have it have an escort job instead. And when I say get rid of that, I need to actually push the accept button. Okay. So where is the Falcon right now? Falcon's here. I want the Falcon to protect the Defiant. If I just right click here, does that do it? No. Are you the Defiant here? No.
Ready the ropes?
This is the Defiant. So I click on the Falcon, right click there.
Commencing escort.
Excellent. Escort's happening is exactly what I wanted. Let's work on cotton creation now. So much island. I want to leave this space over here for like beautiful tourism fun. Our little nearby rainforest. Hopefully the snakes don't sneak on in. And so we'll continue going out this direction instead. Escorting breaks a trade route? Wait, really? What do you mean escorting breaks a trade route? It appears to still be going. Will it stop entirely at some point? Yeah, the Falcon says it is escorting. The Defiant says it's trading. How does it break the trade route? Did my beautiful idea actually lead to abject failure? I'm afraid it may have. Our first ever cotton plantation. It means the Falcons are trading, but it has rum in its hold. Okay. Yeah, we can definitely remedy that at some point soon. Okay. 144 again. So we'll leave space for houses in front. And on the back side, we'll make a whole bunch of little farms and such. 144 divides by 12. 12's a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I think 10, 11, 12. I wish this counted out. There's gotta be a mod for that, right? Beautiful! Beautiful! Okay. To avoid mockery, we're gonna check this out real quick. Where's the Defiant? Is it coming closer? I wonder if the escort will catch up. maybe it can't actually escort it because it's too far away. What I'm planning to do is to throw the rum into the sea and have the Defiant pick it up for us. Now, with that said, I could also just throw away the rum and say we do not care about it, not even a little bit. I'm not sure. Okay, so the cotton can be produced, or it can be processed into cotton mill for fabric. Cotton mill plus fur equals the fur dealer. Okay, so to run a cotton mill requires 10 of the farmers here. I was thinking of sending raw cotton over, but no, I'm guessing it's better to turn it into milled first. And so we need 2 plantations to run 1 mill. copy this and all of his little friends too. Are you in range of a warehouse? Looks like we have no warehouse. We do have some bricks though. Again, I'm not allowed to upgrade to brick roads yet. So it's gonna be time for one more warehouse. Alright, so that should do it. And in a little bit here, we'll modify the trade route to include... Is that mine? That's mine. The Defiant arrives. It's picking up cotton sheets, which will then take to the Big Island, and then we'll set up that trade route to include picking up not just rums and bananas, but also picking up, what's it called? Cotton also. Oh, goodness. Alright, I see that the Clipper has more space than the Ship of the Line. So initially, as you know, I was using the Ship of the Line this way because I thought they were protecting each other. But no, they really are moving separately. And so I don't know if I can escort across the world map. I assume I can. But maybe it's ridiculous to support the Clippers at all. That's right. Any of you fans of the Clippers, it's ridiculous for you to be that way. We'll give it a few minutes to get set up and then come back around. While that's getting done, back to the new world to work on Filth Island. The old world to work on Filth Island. Alright friends, I need more coffee. I've been making too many mistakes of conceptualization. So, I'll be back in just a minute. I'm going to go start the hot water for my delicious pour-over coffee. Hipsterific. I'm going to go ahead and run an ad real quick. It's a 1:30 ad. While I'm gone, it'll just be the game playing itself, and you can watch the ships come in. But, see you in a moment. Appreciate it a bunch. Thanks for hanging out. Great to see you. I can't have both ships in the trade route and group them to stay together. Hello, Def. Or Defro. Deafro. However you say your name. Good to see you. Let's try this real quick. Can I group them together to stay together? Okay, I controlled click, I thought would do it. Let's stop. Create new group, maybe? So, I'm not quite sure how to do that, unfortunately. I'd love to group the ships, but I don't fully get it. Might select them both in the water. Okay. The problem is they're not side by side. But yeah, maybe that makes sense. Is making them one of these groups here. And then using that. We probably have some inefficiencies somewhere. I wouldn't be surprised we learn we did. You can do normal ships. Yeah, I know I can make them into a fleet this way. But I don't know if I can do it with a trade route. Because when you have fleet here, you can say patrol or move, but it doesn't say trade. Not sure. Anyway, back in just a minute. Here comes an early ad. I'll delay the next ad a little bit. And I appreciate you being here. Appreciate watching the ad or hanging out and watching the movement of the ships. Be right back. And thanks a whole bunch. Yep. look at that. Just as the ad ends, I return, can you believe it? Looking at my little email box right now, which I should not do during stream, I have 5 students who claim that they are sick today and cannot take the exam. I don't want to ever say anything but trust students, but 5 students on the morning of the exam feels not great. Feels not great. Oh, that's no good. That's no good, team. When it's that many students, I feel obliged to write a second exam, to not give them the same as the other students. I didn't actually read any of the emails, it's just subject lines, but I'm sure it's what they're saying. Unless they're saying, like, hi, I feel ill, but I'll be there today. Feels unlikely, unfortunately. Feels unlikely. Students. Oh, we go second exam? Yeah. Often if it's just one student, I'm fine with giving them the same exam, because, like, okay, you can be sick. No problems, it happens. But if it's that many people... Hello, Senor Tort. You can't take the exam as you're not a student? If you want to, I will definitely give you the exam right now. You better get an A or I'll ban you. Medical certificate or fail? Yeah. Yeah, this is a thing we do in Japan. We have medical certificates. We can say, what did the doctor tell you? Can they show that you were actually ill? In the US, you never do that unless the person has gone to the hospital. But maybe I should do this. Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. That feels bad. That feels bad. We'll deal with it. You have a note from your mom? Absolutely. Did your dog eat your computer? While I was gone, Terran the Terran. Thank you for the follow. I like your name very much. Definitely my favorite of the races in what's it called? In StarCraft. Haven't played much of that game, but really loved it. What do I teach? I teach college level philosophy. That's what we teach around here. Exam day, the best day. What if your dog ate your mom? If that happens, you definitely got one of those fine newspaper stories, right? It's not a worthy newspaper story if dog bites man, but if man bites dog, things are quite different indeed. You're a Latin nerd, awesome. My wife's a Latin professor. She used to be, at least. Yeah, we like the classics around here quite a bit. That's cool though. Very, very cool. Which is to say, if you see me streaming and mispronounce Latin, you can immediately think his wife can overhear him, and she's probably making a bit of a joke now. Which is true. What on earth are we trying to do? If we make the second exam harder than the first one, I'll never have a student be sick again. Yeah, I mean, as you've all heard me say hundreds of times, I do not like antagonistic relations with my students, right? I do not want to ever say, I don't trust you, I want to make your life bad. But they occasionally make it hard to feel like that, so... I don't know, whatever way. Okay, we were talking about checking out schnapps. So as of right now, we are consuming and producing exactly enough schnapps as we need here. I believe we wanted to export schnapps, though. I believe we are exporting schnapps. So I think we may actually need to make more schnapps here. Let's check all the islands. Yeah, we need to make 2 more schnapps. And they would just be in the old world. I don't think the new world uses schnapps right now. So, more potatoes and such. That said, I know we have a potato-producing genius here. The Plowman. So, these are potato fields, right? Are these all of my potato fields? Those are hops. And a black bear. Oh, we gotta get the condor. We still have to move our condor from the new world. It's just a matter of catching my my trade route as it's coming through. Okay, it looks like these are indeed all of my potato farms. Is there any way I can get a trade union hall to cover all/most of them? Okay, if we shift some things around, yes. I definitely didn't realize trade union halls were a thing when I first built these farms, right? This is entirely just like, oh, it'll look cute this way. It'd probably be much better to have all of the farm buildings as close as possible together, and then the fields radiating out around them. So, I think we're going to destroy all the potato farms.
Nice day for it.
And hey, we're low on farmers. How'd that happen? If I destroy all of these, will all of my farmers move out? Probably. Let's do it, though. Here comes the potato famine indeed. We're getting rid of the distilleries also. These are sheep farms. We rebuild 3 sheep farms. Time for central planning, go. So that's the music of a fire, I think you're implying. Yes, the fire's happening right here. The wheels are here, putting out the flames. Nearest fire station's here. We'll deploy some more. No problems, no problems. Okay, the reason I ran out of people is I think the house is caught on fire. No. The reason I'm finding people, I destroyed a bunch of jobs. That's exactly it. Okay, we're gonna destroy this road just for right now. And let's think about trade union placement first. So if I put it in the middle of things, in media res, surely it's the best way to go. Okay, we'll see how that goes. I'd like to rotate it. And I want the plowman to live here. Yes. The distiller could also live here. And we have our distilleries and our potatoes here simultaneously. Fires, please. Second one is coming now. If people were happier, I could deploy a third one. But no one's that happy, unfortunately. Oh boy, is it a 3 or 4 armed fire? I think I see additional firefighters from somewhere fighting. When I select this, it does not show me the other fire stations, does it? Wait, one's here. Mobilize, mobilize! Surely our city will not burn down. Okay, so we want to make a few farms in range. And on these ones, I can probably go just straight back. So we could have quite a few here, actually. Here it's not in range. Here it is, but there's probably not range to go all the way. Only 72. I thought I saw some worker somewhere that allows you to have additional fields. They may be in the New World or on a ship somewhere. Okay, so on each of these then, 72 straight back. Does 72 divide by 3? Looks like no. 68 so far. So this one's kind of weird because it runs the river. I probably should set up in such a way where it could just go all the way. Lovely. Okay. I'm actually going to steal some from back here. And move them off to the side. So this area is available then for this one to go off to the side. There's just a tutorial. Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely a game where like the tutorial bleeds heavily in the direction of the game itself. Like, I think I'm used to tutorials that say like, push the X key. The X key is how you move north or whatever. Where this is a tutorial in the sense of it introduces some mechanics but is mostly like a fun storyline to motivate you as you go. And that's awesome. I really enjoy that. But I expect that I'm well off the tutorial pathway right now. Oops. You wish to explain more? You had to learn self-rotating? Yeah, there have been some fairly key mechanics I've been very surprised the game has not explained at all. Okay, so this thing, we're going to move on up to more. I want to maintain close to 100 if possible. Good. Is better described as a campaign, not a tutorial? Probably so. I think the game actually says exactly that. It's just a matter that I think one feels a tutorial, because I think it's recommended for newer players first. Okay, so that far for now. The other thing I should mention, I don't know if I should mention it, but I'm going to mention it. The other emails I got while I was gone, all the students complaining about tests. I also have a bunch of like condolence messages of a very strange sort. So I mentioned on the Discord earlier today that my most important or second most important, I'm not sure, undergrad professor died. And he was so incredibly important to who I am as a person. He showed me a kind of like kindness and decency and humility about the intellectual endeavor. And were it not for him, I would not be who I am today, not just as a professor, but as a human being. A huge deal to who I was. And we talked occasionally, right? He is someone that I kept in touch with, sort of. But I've gotten so many emails from other people at this school, my fellow students and my my other professors from there, that are all basically of the same form. Vance is dead. I never told him how much he mattered to me. So this email is to say how much you matter to me. It's very, very sweet, but it feels like a very strange kind of mourning. Actually, a nice kind of mourning, I guess. But yeah, it's like a lot of sentimentality all at once that I'm not used to getting from people who I have an intellectual relationship with. Like, of course, we're all people, blah, blah, blah. But I think often academics forget that part a little bit. And so they're nice emails, but it is a lot of feelings all at once. For sure, for sure. Okay, we have some potato farms. And I think it's 2 potato farms per schnapsery. Is that true? It's actually 1 to 1. It's actually 1 to 1. Now, I kind of sort of want to throw more potato farms in, but since the distiller guy's there also, let's just go straight across the street, and they line up perfectly. Nice. Okay, I don't think a fire department fits there. However, I bet a warehouse does. Nope. not even a little bit. Nope. Would a fire department fit there? Weirdly shaped, yes. Well, making that nice open area there's a workers' park. That'd be lovely. Not sure I've noticed, but the sun button next to the pause button simulates day-night cycles. Oh. We've been sitting at 1 p.m. for the entire playthrough. I had no idea. Thank you for indicating that. Yeah. Cool. I mean, I'm guessing if it gets very dark, I'll get very, like, confused. I can't see anything. Why is it this way? But that's a good change. Thank you for noticing that. So speaking of warehouses, we do need one. I like the order here, so I'm not going to add anything here. Heads up to the night can get dark for Twitch. Maybe we just stay at high noon then. We'll see what it looks like tonight, and you all can tell me if it's too dark, and we can switch it back very quickly. Let's give it a shot, though, and see what happens. Gotta have faith. I'm putting 2 of these here so that they share the burden between the 2. Okay. This should be so much schnapps your head's gonna spin. Oh, speaking of which, I need a drink. My coffee upstairs is is ready to be poured over. So pardon me just briefly, I'll be back in, I don't know, 45 seconds. This time, no ad. This time just enjoy, I don't know, let's watch some things going up and down the street there. What a nice bustling city it's going. Thanks again for hanging out, folks. Back in a minute. Appreciate you all immensely. See you in a sec. Hello, friends. Got the coffee now. Good to see you here. I was about to say, I wonder if anyone would call me out on calling it pour over coffee. It is poured over the coffee crystals. It is quite hot indeed. That'll cool down nicely, but no, I don't drink fancy coffee, not even a little bit. All right, these are complaining.
We need something.
No potatoes, cause no farmers. All right. Instant coffee, you fiend! But that lets me get the coffee quickly and come right back down to you. Wouldn't you prefer that of me, like, rather than me being upstairs, like, doing coffee-based chemistry? Nobody wants that. You thought I was one of your people? My wife is one of your people. My wife is absolutely amazing at having all the latest coffee innovations. I, though, am just not that guy. Oh, the issue here may be, actually, I destroyed some sheep farms. That is the issue. We're making enough clothes, actually. But we need to add the sheep farms back in. We are making enough schnapps. We are not making enough potatoes. Oh, I bet I have other schnapseries elsewhere? No.
This is
Yeah, I'm guessing I have other schnapseries elsewhere that are not being fed. Seems likely. House of Max, thanks for the follow. It's been nice having you around for sure. I'll go out for 2 minutes to make coffee. If you're at microwave a cup of water, pour the crystals and be back. So what I do actually is I start the hot water kettle. It's electric here. And then I go back up once it's heated and pour that into my crystals. What's this? Barrel wants to see a double canister shot. Rapid fire, plus 4 naval power. No barrel, nothing. So-called Japanese-style pour-overs are iced pour-overs? Are they? I don't know anything about this. I'll look up for sure. Oh, good call, Blue Link. Good call indeed. So we're at 106% production now, even without full workers. And so we can maybe run an extra distillery. Let's throw one in and see. Yeah, I know there are all kinds of YouTube channels about here's how to get the best coffee of all time. And like I said before, I just can't taste the difference. I know nothing about it at all, unfortunately. I'm a broken person. It's like saying to a person who cannot see colors, or who's like literally blind. It's saying to someone who's literally blind, why are you looking at the sunset from there? You could look from over here instead. That's how coffee is for me. I just don't taste the difference. Like, I taste that it is different, but the difference is not sufficient for me to care. That's right, I'm an uncaring person. That's the fact of it. Alright, more potatoes needed. So, I could add an additional potato field here, which feels weird, and it's getting a little bit outside of the farm area, but that's a-okay. It is still being supported here. So, I put one farm there, and one farm there, we might be okay. And then maybe I put one in the middle. I don't know how many tiles are in the middle. Let's go ahead and do this one at the very edge already. It is there. I'll have all of these going this direction. This is the min-max game playing I usually avoid, but I'm actually really enjoying it this time. Try to figure out the maximum way to jam things inside of a tiny little area. How many more do we need? Gotta be close. Gotta be close. Alright. That's not min-max rate at all. Fine. Alright. And then over here the same thing. Nice little area here. You're not positive. Maybe the second potato farm to the right does not have all of its fields planted. Morbo, thank you. Let me check that out in just a second. Thanks for noticing the possibility, though. The second from the right. You absolute genius. How did you notice that? I mean, I shouldn't question how the master does things. I just learned that it can be done. Yeah, so they're all good to go now, I believe. Yeah, good eye, seriously. Thank you for that. Okay, now, is it possible to do what I want to do here? I don't think it is, but let's try and see what happens.
Thank your loving kindness.
Are there 72 slots here? Surely not. Only 40. Now, with 40 of them, it is still functional, right? It's just not maximally functional. I could have this connect this one, go this way instead, and move this over a little bit. All right, we're delete this farm. You still pay the same upkeep, so it's more inefficient. It makes sense. Makes sense for sure. Okay. So
She had cotton thread all over her bonnet.
this is still good to go even farther out. To there. Good. This is not gonna be enough, is it? Nope, still not, still not. Getting closer. This is vanilla, or do I have any DLC? So this is pure vanilla. I do own all the DLC. It's my first time playing though, so I figured I should start with just the base game and try to figure it out. We'll deal with this later. Because we could move this to here instead. And then let this take all it needs. Yeah, next time I play an Anno game, when next time I start a playthrough, we will try with all the DLC and see what happens. The DLC, what happens. Alright, we're gonna probably need another warehouse somewhere. We'll see eventually. You attempt to pick it up, you're convinced to get it. 2 thumbs up. Is it still on the spring-summer sale, or is the spring-summer sale, what's the word for ended that starts with an S? Need more alliteration possibilities. Sunsetted. Has the spring... I keep saying spring-summer sale. Why do I do this? Why do I do this? Has the spring... Sale sunsetted. It is over. All right. Humble Bundle does it for half off, though. Awesome. Yeah, definitely worth checking out. Suspended is good also. Suspended is very nice. Hey, Monkey, thank you for the ongoing subscription. I appreciate it a whole bunch. Hope you're having a lovely day. That seems nice. Now, we have no engineers, so I can't upgrade this yet quite again. And it is saying there are too many people waiting. So, I need a way to blast down mountains. That's a true way in which industry will work for us all. So earlier I was told if I just put them across the street, it will not fix the problem at all. So, time to rid ourselves of even more sheep farms. I still need to build more sheep farms. Okay. These will then deliver to there instead. Much better. You're watching and judging my every click. Thank you for that. My favorite thing anyone has ever said in channel about how they relate to how I playing the game is occasionally I feel lonely and so put my mouse over your mouse and imagine that we're holding hands. And that'd be so creepy if a new viewer said it, but it was a regular, and so it was wonderful. But yes, I hope you're enjoying watching my little mouse moving around. Alright, we need to find a way to get additional sheep in somewhere. Oh yeah, no, I'm 100% sure he was joking. He's a fellow streamer, and that's why I know him as a person, not just a viewer. And it was very, very cute and very, very funny. And yeah, I've been disturbed by things that streamers or viewers have said before. As some of you know, I had a viewer claim he was going to go stalk me and like show up my home, and that was bad. But as long as the jokes stay in chat, I'm cool with whatever. He's like ghost on the pottery. I don't want him touching me. He can touch my little mouse hand, but you all are saying it's like ghost, absolutely. Oh, you know what? I remembered something. Friends, memory. We don't need to be making coal here anymore because we have a place where we're mining coal now. Filthville has a coal deposit. Also, Orville has a coal deposit. The coal is just sitting here. We need to get the coal from here to the main place, and then we don't need to produce coal by burning wood anymore. Does that actually get rid of some filth? It does. If we get rid of all the charcoal kilns here. Also, night is setting. It is now 8 p.m. Okay, so where do I have really inconvenient ones? Here and here. And sheep are not vulgar, correct? Pigs are. No, sheep are no problem at all. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Okay. I think I could use a cute little schooner. Just to run coal back and forth. We'll try it. Do I allow links? As long as they're relevant and not vulgar, sure. And, you know, not spam, not keyloggers, etc., etc. But yeah, my rule on links is please be respectful. I guess that's my rule everywhere and everything. And also, please keep it relevant. So, yeah, feel free. Now, if the link's like some meme, you know, please don't. We need a little ship to move stuff. Do I have a little ship to move stuff? No, all the little ships are busy. Time for more schooners. Okay. And I don't have a trade hall, union hall. to set this up. So we're just gonna have just normal sheep setups with nothing else needed. Good. There are warehouses right here. There are 2 of them. Huh. We learned earlier that side-by-side warehouses do nothing. But they haven't complained recently, so maybe it's fine. We'll see. Paddock. 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 There's a German player who's made what he thinks is best in slot for any trade union. That makes a lot of sense. Absolutely makes a lot of sense that there probably is a like really thoughtful way to construct the trade unions. You know, really interesting and careful way to get maximum production in any city you got. And I probably am not at that point for myself. Like, I'm a player who's totally fine with learning the game wrong, right? I'm always 100% okay with saying, okay, I'm just going to get through it for now. We're going to build some stuff and have some fun. And then maybe someday later, we'll learn how to play the game right. I think it's how it works for me. So, yeah. No worry, Taryn. Thanks for linking the Humble page. I actually have like a Humble link, don't I? I never use it. I always forget to push the like, if you want to buy this game, click this link first so that you can give me money. I should probably work on that at some point, but it's all good, all good. Oh, these aren't 3, these are 5. Wait, this is 3. This is 3. Are they sharing fields? Yeah, no idea. No idea. Whatever's fine. Okay. So, we just copy these. You should have asked for buying the game. No. It's not on you at all. It's 100% on me. I don't remember that I set up this account thing. It's just too much work. So, no, it's definitely not on you to have to say, Resorty, I want to give you money for the game. No, it's 100% just me needing to remember to link it at least. I will never be a streamer who pushes it, except for in a sponsored stream. Like, I'm never going to say, you know, if you like this game, buy it with this link. I'm not that guy at all. Thank you for that. That is the link for it. I think if you do exclamation point humble or humble bundle, there may be a link to it, but I always forget. It is getting nighttime. And so for the first time ever, we're seeing fires a-burning inside people's houses. And it is getting increasingly dark there. And it's nice, but I do see how this is not especially great for the streaming viewing. Farmers for oh gosh. So we still have almost no farmers at all. And I want to see if that's truly the case, or if it's just we were briefly without things. So happy farmers. I think it's the case we need to make more farmers. I think there now are more farmer jobs than ever before. Unless we're low on flour. Fernandez, thank you for using all the bot commands at once. I should probably disable some of those commands, but good stuff. Yeah, we are low on flour. This is because we're giving flour to our farmers. And I think this might be why we don't have all of the farmer houses with additional people in them. As of right now, we are producing 1 extra grain. I believe it's the case that you need 2 fields to support 1 mill. 30 seconds, 1 minute. So I add a flour mill, we'll get half of what we need. And that's an okay start. And I think we do just need additional farmers again. Also, I'm going to put the time back at noon. Wait, why did the noon button go to 1300? Who made this game, and is noon 1300 there? Different conceptions of noontime, an anthropological study. Because of daylight savings. That must be it. Daylight savings is very confusing. Good stuff, folks. Good stuff. Alright, where can I jam in more farmers? Here, this nice little forest. It's been in the family for generations. And now the cost of progress is your trees. And along here also. That's me nowhere near 300. Okay. If I continue this down here, we can jam a few more in. This may be a time for us to attempt to remake part of the city. Hey Pepper, how's it going, friend? Good seeing ya. Hope you're having a good day, for sure. Does one fit there still? Gosh, it does. It's beautiful. Behold. Yeah, we put a little park there. Everybody loves a newsstand out in the middle of the countryside. We're guaranteeing our peasants are literate. What good guys we are. Before we take up too much space, though, let's check and make sure.
Life's hard.
Fish may be an issue still. There's no pub here either. I think there's a pub over this way.
It's all right here, I suppose.
Is there really no pub in all of Farmville? Rough. rough. Okay. Pub is fairly big, right? I'm so sorry. This is a terrible way to run a business with no pub around. So it could go there. And we get rid of one road there. Better yet, let's get rid of this sawmill and put the pub right there. However, we can also use this space to add another house or two. Yeah, someone gets a beachfront housing on the other side.
Better doing this by hand.
Or not quite. Someone gets between the farm and the beach. Seems nice. These are unbuildable because the area is a little bit rocky. I click and drag on PC. I always forget. But you're absolutely right. Thanks for reminding me. No idea we don't have a house there. Let's add another one of those. Now I know why we don't have one there. If I rotate this, and then put a road here. We're really packing them in, aren't we? I no longer want to live in my city. For a while there it felt really nice, but now it's a little much. Okay, are folks moving to the new houses? We may still not make enough schnapps. And they barely have access to the market. Okay, this is a case where putting a cut-through road in would definitely help. So I'm sorry to you, house here. You're happy farmers. No more. And yeah, we could make a bunch of ornamental trees and so on throughout these areas. Just haven't done much of that yet. Are we better on market service here? Except for up here. Can I move this to here?
Every care.
Not quite. If I cut back a little of this field, I can then move this to here and have a road that goes through.
More's the merrier.
I think that will work. Oh, nice. Throw some more ornaments up while we're thinking about it. Here comes a tree. I should attach those also, shouldn't I? In there and there, thank you.
Fetid, festering filth.
And then what should we put on the beachfront? Of course, a statue of myself looking outside. There be the future. Here be the past. The numbers are going up. We're going to leave it as is for the moment, and we'll see. Hey, Taryn, thank you for buying a copy of this game. As I often say, one of my favorite things in the whole wide world is knowing I've inspired people to play games I like. So, cool. Hope you enjoy it. And thanks for using my link also. I'm glad you're here in the stream for sure. Hopefully you like all the games we play. I'll be doing Anno for one more day, is that true? Yeah, one more day of Anno. And then back to Oni next week, I think. Still short of workers here. Numbers going up. We're ignoring this for a little while longer. My most important question is, what is happening in the New World? Are you the ship I'm looking for?
Small, but
No.
she's keen.
Alright, look, the Falcon and the Definer are going together. I would like to throw the rum overboard.
Ready for a challenge.
I'm going to pause this mission for now. Just pause. Just pause. Don't stop. Just pause. Boop. Okay. I'm going to have you throw the rum overboard. Right click's how you do that. You pick
On our way.
this up. When we get a philosophy stream, you're not the first person to ask for it, my friend. Not the first person to ask for it. I'm not going to give you an answer. Yeah, I don't know, unfortunately. I don't know. One of these days, one of these days. Just don't know when. Just don't know when. Okay, so this ship is still escorting. That'll be good. You won't ever get one? I know. I've been saying one of these days for genuinely 7 years. I'm just so nervous about it, as I talked about yesterday. Okay, did I get cotton production started here? We did. Amazing. So, the trade route that we just looked at, this one, when we go to La Orchella, we want to pick up all possible cotton and then dump it there. And then, when I have the big transnational one, this one here, pick up all possible fabric and then dump it wrong side. I'm going to dump all possible fabric and pick it up here instead. Good. Now, to join the Navy, I'd like to try to set up an escort where it follows the Renaissance around. So I'm going to get rid of that and have it just be on the Renaissance. And unfortunately, the Renaissance is still out in the world, and I can't take things off of it until I find it on a map. So accept the changes, good. Now, where is the Renaissance these days? Okay, it looks like the trade route has nobody out in the world right now. Trying not to sleep well. Only about 30 minutes of stream left today, not missing too much. 30 minutes to go. Renaissance friend. Aha! Ahaha! Ahaha! Ahaha!
Aye.
Okay, so man overboard on timber and bricks and wood.
Ship of the line reporting in.
And finally, I finally managed to fix this very, very frustrating trade route issue. And then once these are picked up, I'm intending to have it follow
Good and ready.
the Renaissance around. Movement of 14 maximum speed, kilonauts. This one is 19 kilonauts. So we will be slowing down the Renaissance if I have the join the Navy following it. As Canada would be sunk, so hope that works well. So glad that's fixed. Okay, back to the main island. Considering turning and firing on the pirates. No. Grubzilla, have a good night. Enjoy the sumo. Hope your favorite wins. In the past few minutes, we have gotten about 100 workers to show up. And this thing is saying, I need assistance. For that, we need engineers. Earlier we were saying we wanted to get to 1,500 artisans today so we can start our museum. So I can repeatedly say it belongs in a museum. This thing is also saying can't fit anyone else in. So many of the workstations here are getting backed up because of warehouse issues. Gotta get engineers. It's still counting that direction. It is counting very slowly though. So there's big areas over here that have not been developed. And so I think it's going to go ahead and become yet another area of houses. And we're getting close to this being the last possible one in this area. Okay. What do you have access to? Fish is coming soon. Closure coming soon. We'll check in a little bit. That should fix the farmer issue, though, because they'll get up to 10 eventually. Okay. We have cotton coming from the New World to here. We have furs being produced here also, I believe. We may be running out of coal on this island. Yes, we're not producing enough coal here. We need to get that imported. I believe I made a schooner for just that purpose. The Celestial. No. It would be called the Coal Scooter. Perfect. And its job at this point really is to go here, pick up coal, no, it's somewhere else actually. One of the islands has some coal. Also, charter things I've not used yet. I know that charters cost money. How do you all decide when to use charter routes versus going for the trade route? I like having my own ships, because I like having a bigger and bigger navy. Though I recognize this may lead to problems and confusions. This place, Orville, is the place with the coal. That's right, it's called Orville, because it has, you know, ore. Alright. It has 2 slots, we'll use both of them. You've only used charters to beat the achievement for charters? Okay, cool. For 3 charters, use influence instead of money. Oh, cool. Cool, that could be very good to know. Maximum coal. Dropped off there. Hope it helps. Pretty standard for naming conventions. The coal scooter, you like it? I like it. Like I said earlier, it helped me to remember what it's actually doing. Improving. Pub, schnapps, good. Oh, the Orville. I thought that was good too. Yeah, just standard names like Carbondale. There's a city named that in both Pennsylvania and in Illinois. They're places where they got carbon from the ground, lots of coal. Did we fix the schnapps problem? Yes. A lot of schnapps being produced. Awesome. Did we finish? Fish. Good on fish also. Clothes. Awesome. So the basic needs of everyone on the big island are being handled. Good, good, good. Close on workers. We're gonna hit parity very soon. Cool. Back to Filth Island to begin working on... I'm gonna change the name to Filth Island, actually, because if I call everything Ville, like Orville, it'll get repetitive. La Isla de Filth. Okay, so as of right now, all that's happening here is just wood production. Our happy little people, they're not enough of them to ask for clothing. We're close, though. So we'll add another one of these little loops. No bricks here yet. Okay. So we leave 6 internal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then cut across like so. I didn't count this out earlier. I think we got lucky on that. That's not the right spot.
You reached a new milestone.
Oh, I forgot that I left a middle section on each of these so far. If I'm looking for more money or items, I can do the quests. Yeah. I know there are tons of quests. And I think it'd be a fun way to get some more items. Like, I really like items in the game. They're still brand new and exciting to me. But like, right now I'm holding off on not doing the main quests. And so I don't know. I don't know. Daigle, have a good day, my friend. See you again soon. Alright. Again, the all-seeing statue will always look upon you. Is it judging you? Is it smiling on you? The world may never know. Some flowers there for you all. Little tree. Yes, siree. And then need some wells. Look at that. Potable water. Okay, that will kick us up to the level of needing fish. As of right now, we are not producing fish here. I think we just dropped off a pile of fish. I think nothing is being delivered. So let's see how we are on fish throughout the world. Fish does not create pollution, so I probably don't want it on this island. Maybe it's fine, though. It's fine. I'm going to destroy this bright and beautiful place for too long. Check the big work queue, the big pile. We're actually paused on fish, so I could deliver fish here also. Now, nothing is currently going to Filth Island. However, eventually we're going to have steel and such, and sausage and such, and soap and such being made here. So I want to take one of the big trade ships, if I have one sitting around. The Voyager. Okay. The Voyager, you're going to run between Isle of Riz and Filthville.
It's 4 hours in a row. Time to stretch your legs.
So how far does this thing go on? Like how long, how many hours will it keep saying new and new, really take a break? At 24 hours will it say, there's no way you've actually played 24 hours straight? I think 4 hours is the longest I've played in one standing so far. Okay, so the fish 50 is way too much for now. Okay. Drop them there. The game will in fact suggest that you quit at some point. So just now it did say at 4 hours, haven't you played enough? Is it now time for a break, etc.? At 8 hours says it's absolutely correct, you played too long. Yeah. That does seem right. Let's go ahead and move 10 schnapps also. I guess we need clothes as well, yeah? I do wonder if at some point I'm going to end up needing to make more creation. There's a 12-hour one also. At 10 hours it says, it's like, don't you have family to check in on? Oh, that's terrible. Not only is it saying you've played way too long, but also, aren't you a sad and lonely person? That's awful. I think that play I might just continue playing even longer. So I'm not gonna have any game shame me. Okay, so if fish and clothes and schnapps are coming, we still need a pub. Good. We also have no fire station yet, so we should probably throw in one of those. Wait, if I put it there, though, I'm not going to be able to make my roads nice and square throughout. Nice and rectangular throughout. Beautiful. This is what we call planning ahead. Now, it's possible I don't need any of the other kinds of buildings here. So can we level up yet? No. Once the goods are delivered, we can. So we'll come back here in just a moment. Now, Orville here is currently stable. There is a second coal deposit here. I'll need to get some more workers. That's fine, though. And we'll build a little road over to it. And this will give us even more coal to provide to Filthville eventually.
Life's fine as a new.
Okay.
It's what we're in it for.
The workers want to erect a church. You know what, team? For you, anything. However, that needs I-beams, right? Nope, just clay. We're not making clay here, nor are we delivering clay here. So I could set up a job just to buy some clay, right? To buy some bricks, rather. Buy one under 50, we'll say. And that way the AI will help me out and keep this thing go, I think. Hopefully that works. We'll check back on a little bit. Big Island, big fun. Everything is stable again. Which means it's time to begin upgrading workers into artisans to get our museum. Hello. Hello, friends. What you got?
Take it before I change my mind.
We've so much gov, even me orphans are plump. Little Ollie just told me this morning, "Sir, can I not have some more?" That's pretty funny. Poor things gave me this for you. What did the orphans get for old Resorty?
No accidents in weeks.
Scooped us out of the gutter, you did.
Black powder fireworks. More happiness for 30 minutes. Very cool. Very cool. They're improving the area by the zoo first. Happy workers. One low. For want of a school. Okay. It seems reasonable to put a school out here. Now, eventually, again, we're going to have these oil derricks. It's going to be a tremendous mess, but between now and then, it's fine. So where's the nearest school to this place? There definitely is not one until here. And the roads are what they are, and so sure. Local school for the local children. Person coming in now. It doesn't say how long they move in. We do have excess beef and excess red peppers coming here. So I said earlier I should probably create a new goulash factory, and I never actually did that. Perhaps this will finally be the thing that forced us to do so, because I may have too many artisans now. 1368, go in the right direction. This farm gets promoted also. Well, that's a real farm, not a farmhouse. That's my zoo spread. Thank you. It's very small. It's just getting started. If we ever get the Condor home, which I probably need to send a manual ship to get the Condor home. That'll be good. Someday, someday, someday. Yeah, I just wish we could have smaller enclosures also. We'll see, though. Hey, Hag, can I think of any potential technological innovations in this era that might potentially force me to redesign my entire city? I mean, electricity, trains,
Where you come
Oil, like I said, might be an interesting question also. Cars, possibly. So, I expect there are a lot of technological developments might force a bunch of changes. As of right now, I'm happy with it.
A renowned personage has arrived.
A carpenter's here. All carpentry works gives more wood. I wish I had this person such a long time ago, but welcome, and thank you. Positive on money. We're positive on money. Awesome. More expeditions. A 2-star zoology one. We haven't done any expeditions today, have we? Because they're all 2 stars now. Oh boy. Volunteer fireman. Everyone gets more happiness. That'd be cool. Trade union guy, helps with steelworks and such. I should definitely buy him. Lens designer. Spectacle factories work better. A banker. More income and more happiness also. Residents gain happiness from bank. We don't have banks yet. And then the baker. Instead of flour, buildings can directly process grain. That's cool. That's cool. Alright, so hello. I would like to purchase one of these. The iron founder would be so useful. And that's all I can afford. Fine. Oh, the problem I have no more space, actually. I can afford more, but no space at all. Alright, I'm excited to try an expedition. And it might be the first ever expedition we lose. But it'd be awesome to give it a shot. Bunches of farmers again. Let's upgrade these. Bunches of workers again. Up we go. Canned food and sewing machines are filling up slowly. Fur coats also. Did we get our first delivery of cotton here yet? No. No. Where is our first ever cotton delivery? Oh, a 1 skull. I just had to complain about only getting 2 skulls. We had a 1 skull instead. Nice. Let's do that one first. So yeah, I think they're on the big world map still. Well, Sunday. Alright. Here we go. Diplomacy, medicine, navigation. We get some fancy artifacts. Yes, 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 yes. Wait, the Peacebringer's assigned to an expedition? That's not true. I don't think we started that at all. So Peacebringer's a frigate. I'd kind of like to send out also. A special visitor. I believe we already hired him. Let's do 2 expeditions. Okay, this soap bubble still has no soap to sell. So I'm guessing we have very, very little soap, possibly even no soap. 19. So we are stable, but we're not making extra. We'll get soap going at the filth pile very soon.
You can rely on us.
Okay, drop him off. And the Stargazer is coming back home also. What's this island? Oh, this is the Queen's representative. Lovely, though. Have we defeated any New World pirate ships yet? We have not. Our fleet's just sitting there and hanging out. Maybe we should try to fight one at some point. Or maybe we should advance the quest a little bit. Filthville, I want to move you in the direction of pigs and soap. Okay. So, to do that here... Oh, interesting. So workers are available here because we have them unlocked somewhere on the map, where they're not available in the other worlds that I haven't leveled it up yet. Okay, so piggies and sausages are 1-to-1s. Okay, this poor, ugly, ugly place is being created now. I'll run the long road all the way along. Here and here. Beautiful parallels. And here there are this iron, copper. I can't do copper yet. I do have iron though. Zinc, iron. There's the limestone deposit also. The copper's the one I haven't done before. I really need copper for electricity purposes. Okay, I'd like to have the steel production buildings near to the iron production, probably. So, kind of randomly selected up this way and across. Time for some pig fun up this way. This is just farmers also. Workers gonna get the slaughterhouse. Alright, so pigs need, was it 5 or 3? I can't remember now. We'll see in a second though. So, we'll make it and then copy it over. Alright, they want fur coats. I swear we're working on it. A little editing here. Let's make everyone much happier. Give me more money. Thanks so much. A tiny bit of propaganda. Never hurt anybody, I promise.
Influence
It is 5 here, okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Could I fit these together like Tetris?
We have cultivated quite a thirst.
Yeah, I could. 1, 2, 3. And then I can copy and paste that over and over again. Awesome. We still have lots of workers, good. Now we clearly need to have a warehouse out here. Okay, so copy all of you. Nice. So I have 6 pig houses now. For sausages is 1-to-1. For soap, 1 minute to 1 minute. It's also 1-to-1. But we need to have 2 rendering works per soap factory. And so 2 pig farms per soap factory also. Okay. We'll get that in a second. For now, the first 3, I'm just going to have made into slaughterhouses. And these require something I do not have right now. So, let's see what that is. Is the bricks. Okay, let's get the bricks in just a moment. So 15 bricks. I'm bringing 1 whole stack over, I think. That'll help us with the roads also. Maybe 2 whole stacks. All right.
New orders, Admiral.
The Stargazer came home to drop stuff off. Full of beef. Let's go ahead and set up an expedition. Diplomacy, medicine, navigation. So the Stargazer.
Ship shape.
Okay. Diplomacy. We don't need force. So for the moment, I'm going to throw the beef overboard. And we'll see how that goes. Okay. So, our punctilious physician does medicine and diplomacy both. Does not flinch at the sight of lepers. Great. And the navigation, I used to have fishermen to help with that. I know that navigation is done with... I forgot what. Let's see. Oh, I need to get the iron founder to the correct place.
For
Okay, so none of the items I have help with navigation. But these will. I know that glass helps with hunting. Oh, it's pocket watches, isn't it? I think pocket watches help with navigation. And Archibald What's His Bucket has those. So,
Attention for the Admiral.
Archibald What's His Bucket. I'd like to buy some pocket watches, please.
Present my humble
There they are.
duty to you.
He also has fine steel hulls. Bonus naval power. Dumping beef's a way to make the acquaintance of everybody. It's true. It's true. Hopefully the sharks are friends, not food. Okay, this one's out of range of warehouse.
Nowhere to take it.
That's fine. So we'll make another warehouse this way. Oh, it says it's going to bring clay here, and I didn't do so. So the Peacebringer is sitting here. We'll load it up.
You can rely on us.
We'll drop the beef off also, of course. Looking for clay bricks. Full stack. Full stack. To Filth Island.
Steady her course.
Go see Archie. Hello, Archie. Almost there. Are all of our trade routes good finally? Nope, not quite. Alright, so this one is just picking up clay from Pepper Island. It has bread in its hold also, it can't do anything. Where are you, boss? Right here. Hello, little ship. This will make the ducks very happy. Now, I wonder if it's the case that this is full up on clay. And that's why it's not being dropped off. It is. It is totally full on clay. Now, I think we're making bricks. Here.
Hide the bottle. It's the boss.
We're probably just not producing enough of them. So let's go ahead and throw in one more brick factory. And we have a trade union building here that does help with brick production. So that'd be a great addition right in this area. What a mess, though. There's so much open space here, there, and everywhere. Okay, hope that helps. Archie's house now.
New orders.
Trading. I'm here to buy a pocket watch. A stack of pocket watches. Holy cow, it's 400,000 money. I can't do math. My goodness. How about a stack of 10 pocket watches? 83,000 money. Oh, of course it is. Okay, I can buy 3 pocket watches and feel good about myself. Fine. We gotta fix the economy, folks. Gotta fix the economy.
Ship of the line reporting in.
Okay, so that will help with navigation a tiny, tiny little bit. I think it's 10 for a full stack. We have 3. Not great. I gotta have food also. Clearly, food is needed. Bread helps with faith. Good. And I think I have nothing I can equip on a ship other than the little letter here. We get more diplomacy, I guess. Good. And nobody else equips, correct? Yep, let's go. Alright, expedition on the way. Gonna be amazing. I quickly want to check on the New World. Trade ships are here. The Defiance here. No, the Defiance is not the one I want. The Renaissance is the one I want. Okay. It has an open slot.
There is a time for waiting. Just say the word.
I finally caught it.
Now.
I finally caught it. The Condor is coming home. I have to be positive that we drop it off. Our zoo is expanding. Finally, finally, finally. And that's full of cloth. Now, is that the first cloth pile moving? It can't possibly be. The other cloth-bearing ship is this one. That's the only one on this route. Alright, cargo that's not being traded. That's fine. It's the Condor. Alright, we are going to get cloth. I don't think it really is the case. I'm not moving enough cloth back and forth. Cool. Cool, cool. Alright, over here in Cottonville, cotton's functional. So here we can also do pearls, and I do not know how pearls are worked yet. So... Are they a wharf thing? They are. Okay, we're getting pearls now. And I'm guessing pearls will be used back in the homeland as well. Though I don't know what they're used for all yet. So we'll just harvest them and see what happens. These pearl farms might be like an abomination against the Lord. As you see, I think it's just a bunch of oysters. Or clams? I don't know which ones. Thrown out there on the ground. And then I go out there, rip them apart from time to time, and steal their babies.
Please don't leave your
By baby, I mean like the weird sand in their mouth, of course. More workers needed.
I see. That's how he's done.
Might need to produce some more food. Let's see. On Justice Island, we're neutral on those. We're actually positive on food production still, so we're fine. Good. Are the workers moving in? They are. The food is filling. Rum is filling. Good stuff. Next unlock is at 16 more people. They'll never get 16 more people. They're gonna get 16 more people. So we'll then need ponchos delivered here also. And I've already started that actually. Cool. Great, great. Hey, expedition going. Great. I think today I'm in much better control of the playthrough than last time we played yesterday. Or maybe even better than we were earlier today. I wonder if it's kind of choosing clearer goals. Or I don't know why exactly. Maybe I've improved at the game. Seems unlikely to me. We just need 75 more artisans.
You ain't half good to it.
don't even mind.
It's a little bit steadily. Cotton. Nope. I guess I'm going to start the cotton building, just to the cotton and fur building, just to have it ready when things are finally imported. Fur dealership. It produces fur coats. Takes 200 more workers. There it is. Their very own fur coat since 1806. I think we saw earlier a building was since 1830. Not sure. Not sure. Having built that, we're now losing more money again. Okay, there are plenty of furs. They're just not shown up yet. Let's upgrade these again. Okay, let's work on Filthville. I need to move clay to Filthville. Did I do that yet? I think I did. Yes, the ship should have clay in it. Rick's here. Oops, move them all at once. I'd full up on that for right now. Can I expand the sides of the port? Can, awesome. Now we can drop off the last of this. I'll leave the ship here for now, it's fine. We can now make our slaughterhouses. As we do that, we suddenly need actual factual workers. And it'll just help with sausage. If we move up to actual factual workers, we then need sausage here, but not right away. So it's going to increase our very first one of these. They want sausages. But they should move here and begin producing sausages presently. Hopefully. Oh, I can set up one of them to, like, prioritize. I don't see the priority buttons. Maybe I can't. We can kickstart this by moving some sausages here. The Peacebringer goes home and grabs some more. They're probably over consuming sausages here now.
I'm missing particular material.
I need cotton. Yeah, we're working on it. We still have so many red peppers. And beef also. Lots of bread. Lots of piggies. We're exactly stable on sausages there. So it's just a matter of getting it functioning over in our place. We can steal 10 of them to kickstart it though.
An explosion in one of your factories.
Explosion at charcoal kiln. That's fine. We don't need charcoal anymore. Destroy, destroy, destroy. My apologies to the workers and the people. This is why we're cleaning up Dodge and making more and more beautiful things. I'm glad that explosion didn't destroy anything else. Lovely. Having destroyed that, we're now about 1,000 money under. Oh gosh, you people. Oh gosh. Alright, so big cash hemorrhage suddenly. We could just sell a ship. So I love the gentleness, but I've done absolutely nothing with it. And so I'm going to sell the gentleness to the Royal Navy just to get some money in as fast as possible. Because, yeah, definitely not sustainable.
We can't shut the storeroom door.
The bakeries are totally backed up. Do these islands want baked goods yet?
You ain't half good to us.
They do, and they're already full of it. They want schnapps. I thought we were dropping schnapps here already. They're trying to sell, but there's none at all. So is the schnapps line non-functional? It's this one here. It's one cute little ship. Yeah, so earlier we set it up to pick up 40... So the main base there has nigh unlimited schnapps. But for some reason, the 10 we're dropping up here is just not enough. So we're going to increase this to as much as possible, and they'll drop off the excess here instead. Yeah, none of these have any, actually. So I may need to make another clipper and upgrade this from being the packer. Oh, you know what? Beef is full. And so the schnapps are actually not moving. That's what it is. Okay, we gotta produce more rich person canned food. That will fix the problems. Or I can build yet another depot.
Every ship.
Suddenly beef is available here. We have a bunch of rich people. We'll need 13 more. I do not care if it's a good call. I'm doing it. Give me rich people. 1,500 rich people. Is the museum unlocked? The museum. The university. The rich people want a university. Where do we put our university and museum campus? I still want it by the zoo, but
The truest work of art.
Eventually this will not be here, and that'll be great. So for right now, we'll put it in this area and hope that the museum doesn't need too much space. we will see. We will see what happens there. But a cute little road running this way. Hey, Kronz, how's it going? You just picked up Anno 1800, all the DLC. Awesome. What's the learning curve feeling like so far? So, though I own the DLC, I'm not playing with any DLC at all, because I recognize that I just need to learn the base game. The game does not tell you everything you need to know about how it's played, etc. So definitely there are some moments of, oh no, what am I doing? But I think if you're willing to play at a very slow speed and just see how the production works, you can learn it pretty well. That said, this is a game where with very, very small changes, things in your economy can collapse very, very quickly. For example, we were positive on cash earlier, and then I made what I think were fairly small changes, and suddenly, goodbye money. So, I'm enjoying it. But then I tend to enjoy games where I can figure them out as I go.
Taking the initiative.
Okay, we sold one of our battleships. Whatever it is there, but we'll see. Many other people in chat have some ideas about the learning curve, but I've really enjoyed it. I don't think it's as steep as Paradox games, in part because as long as you are making soap and selling ships, you'll never actually run out of money. I say while heading towards running out of money. Oh, goodness. Man, if we can just get fur coats made here, if we can just get fur coats going, then we will never ever struggle for money again. Surely. Okay, has my... Our ships in the New World are still on the big map. To the big map! They say they're on the big map. And yet... Behold, our first ever delivery of cotton and a condor has come home. The rich people are going to be so excited.
Time the rigging.
Next time we're in the New World, I need to drop off wooden bricks.
Ready for a challenge.
Oh, thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. We only have 8,000 people in the entire world on our team right now. gotta get some more people, probably. Also, our city is less and less attractive than last we looked. Trade the Trade the condor. Be still my heart. Here comes cotton fabric. Boom! Now, I'm running bananas back and forth. I don't know if anyone here at all cares about bananas. They're just piling up. So I think I'm going to stop running bananas right now until somebody wants them. And instead attempt just to run additional cotton. So we'll get 2 cotton and 2 rum, and that should be great. That's backwards. Looks good.
Ready for a challenge.
The cod's been offloaded. The fur dealer is making a fur coat. I don't know what just changed, but money is coming in from all sides. Except last change. Video game. Folks. Folks. Alright, we load in here. The cotton fabric. Then drop it off there. We push the accept key. Cool. Alright, let's make our university here. Beautiful and glorious. These people now live in a place for an observatory. These people walking around with mortarboards on, it either better be graduation or we have some real priggish folks in here. No one wears those clothes. Not even professors anymore, except on graduation day. Except at Sewanee, the former University of the South. They lecture in academic regalia regularly. The museum. It is just one building. A grand pathway to it. Okay. It needs exhibit space.
Workforce shortage.
It takes so much space. Why? The Ammonites, the Aureus coins, the silver ring are all plus 30. And so here comes some Ammonites. So each item gets a whole building for it. Great. Great. This is not looking anywhere near as nice as the other ones. This is the available space. More silver rings.
All this a collection.
You know what? Anyone ever heard of Sewanee? Lemke, at one point years back, when I just finished my PhD, I did the new PhD thing and applied to every single job that was listed that year. Not quite that many, but I applied to like 75 professorships. And I definitely applied to Sewanee, and I knew there was no way they would hire me, but man alive did I try my best. And I wrote an individual cover letter, like carefully crafted based on the faculty and how I'd fit into the school there, to 75 schools. And I got 2 interviews. And one of the jobs went to an internal candidate, fine. The other job went to a person who was a full professor who was tenured somewhere else and wanted to be at the school where I applied. And so took an assistant professorship from junior people. It was horrible. It was a horrible moment. And so even though it was assistant professorship advertised, she was hired in as a full professor. And then the school where she was teaching before got rid of her professorship. And so we little junior people didn't get anything. It was very, very sad. No more complaining, I promise. Glad to see the pirates were leaving my people alone. Am I allowed to build like a dock gun here? I probably need to bring guns over for it. The flame tower. But it's like basic guns. Dock thing? There it is. The basic guns. Hey, Grubzilla, thank you much for the Prime sub. Hope I'm enjoying Anno. Man, I am. Sincerely, I am. The only problem, friends, is I was supposed to stop streaming 15 minutes ago, and I'm feeling like I should probably go away. Because I gotta go print out some exams in preparation for having my students sit and write and think, and it's a shame to say goodbye. I need more workers. Need more everything. Hey, the workers have sausages now. Cool. So we'll be back tomorrow, folks, with some more of this game right here. There is no possible way that we're going to get everything done before this playthrough's over. I think a single playthrough of Anno could be hundreds and hundreds of hours, and I love that. But as a streamer, it's not the best thing for me. I can't just play one game forever, unfortunately. Nonetheless, back tomorrow with some more Anno. That should be a good time. The default harbors do have standard cannons. Oh, they do! Thanks for noticing that. I had no idea. Exams are so testing. Look here, Biff. That's a good joke. I'll use that today. Not sure I understand it. Whichever way. Again, thank you for hanging out with me, folks. Thanks for the follows, subscriptions, the kind conversation, the lurking. Hopefully put a little bit of brightness and happiness in your day today. Certainly my day is better for spending time with you all. I'm now going to get a sandwich. See you tomorrow. And have a lovely, lovely evening or morning, whatever time of day it is for you. Goodbye, friends.